Top of the top, y'all. We about to get this started. But you know how we do. Enjoy the tunes. We got 5 minutes. Top of the top, y'all. Yeah, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. Oh man, it's a great day. It's a wonderful day today. Um, just really embracing the journey. Um, whether that be me having to deal with my nerve pinching, or whether it's like putting together all of these other things that I've been doing, and it's been a lot more satisfying. We're gonna be kind of switching it up today. Um, Basically going over to YouTube and like checking out some stuff. We're gonna start it off differently today. Um, I'll, I'm thinking about doing some music today as well, but I have to, I have to see what's going on with my my program first and stuff like that. So I will be kind of like working not in the background, but commenting on what's going on here, but also just really like just getting into my my focus. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just trying to get into focus. Oh man, these guys love making fun of Fresh and Fit. I mean, peas are cool at times. Sometimes they be getting out of hand with how they speak on things. Not necessarily with their mindset. Mindsets be pretty good, but how they speak on things is like, it's like yeah, having a healthy population is a good thing, but you know, it's not a good thing when you're killing the unhealthy part of the population just to make sure your population is healthy. Like, huh? Nah, but yeah, that's kind of how they go about certain things in terms of masculinity. I don't I don't think that they mean to, but they definitely have said some very like um feminist kind of well, not even feminist, like more like um totalitarian, anti-masculine energy. Like it's like there's feminists, and then there's these people who like really just hate men, like, and there's a difference. There's a big difference. And I don't know. I think they empower some of the people who hate men versus being like a voice of reason. They have like a million plus on YouTube and stuff like that. And it is what it is. But yeah, let's get into it. Honestly, I think I'm gonna watch some Marvel Rival stuff. Um, and we'll watch this maybe like for about an hour or so.
Looking to scale customer service without scaling
while I get
headcount?
some stuff done.
Whether you're in bronze, plat, top 500, or anything in between, you need advice to get to the next level. That's why in this video, we're going to give you tips and strategies you can incorporate for every single rank. Now, it says that only 10% of you are subscribed, but I want to earn that subscription. So let me know down below what video I need to make to get that sub from you, and I'll get right on it, and let's get back into the video. Now, the first rank is definitely bronze, the Wild West of Marvel Rivals. And at this rank, there are a couple of common mistakes that players are making that is preventing them from getting out of bronze. The first thing is just familiarity. There's a lot of characters in Marvel Rivals, a lot of maps, a lot of things to learn, and especially if this is your first hero shooter, you're gonna be freaking lost. That's just normal. You gotta play a certain amount of reps at the game. Play a lot of games, try every character so you can understand what those characters do, and just try to take it all in. Don't rush to try to be good right away, especially when you just jumped into the game. This is a whole new world, and you just need to take it all in, and don't rush yourself too much. Try to have a good time. Now, another thing that can hold bronze players back is settings and equipment. I think in general, you want to have the best equipment possible. Now, granted, for console players, this is not something you're going to need to worry about as much, simply because the consoles are better optimized than most average PCs. But a lot of PCs, you are going to have all kinds of problems. Maybe you're having frame skipping, maybe you're having low FPS. Whatever it is, you need to try to turn down your settings as much as possible so you get the maximum amount of frames and consistent performance with no lag. Also, in general, you want to have equipment that is designed to play a competitive shooter, so you don't really want these giant mice that have a million buttons on them that are made for MOBAs like League of Legends where aim isn't required. You ideally want a nice mouse pad. I highly suggest Artisan, which is not sponsored at all, by the way. I just love their product and most pros agree. And then also a reasonable sensitivity. There's a lot of variance and personal preference that goes into this, but I play at 800 DPI with 1.85 in-game sense, and I play slightly on the lower side, but anything that is triple my sense, quadruple my sense, 5 times my sense, you're probably playing on something way too extreme, especially if you're trying to play more precision-based characters. There's going to be some wiggle room in there, but these are some of the signs that I would point to as things that show someone not really finding what their optimal sense is. Now, after you have good settings, good equipment, and good familiarity with the game, you should climb normally. I want you to focus mostly on your own play. It doesn't matter how many 6-man insta-locking whatever you get in your games. You can climb out of bronze literally with any composition. I promise you, don't worry about that. Just focus on your own play. Now, after bronze, we have silver, and in silver, things get a little bit more difficult. Players will have some understanding of the game, and it won't be completely random like bronze, but still, there's going to be a crazy amount of variance in these games, and a lot of things you're not going to be able to control. But what you can control is these core things. Number one, I want you to stop staggering. I think this is the biggest problem that happens, specifically in the silver rank more than any other rank, where everyone just goes in one at a time. You know, one person goes in, they die, another person goes in, they die, and it's just over and over again. People are dying like a freaking assembly line of death. And I get it. You cannot control your teammates constantly going in and dying, but I want you to never be the one that is staggering. Like, you cannot stop your teammates from staggering. You cannot stop them from inting. You can't do any of that, but you cannot become one of them. And I promise you, if you are the one person that is not staggering, you're trying to group up with your team as best you can, going in with the largest group of players that reasonably goes into a fight, you will win way more because everyone else around you is not paying attention to this at all. Look at where your team are, try to go with your team as much as possible, and I know that every single person that kind of logs in wants to be a leader. They all think that they're going in at the same time their teammates. Sometimes it's best to be a follower. Look at what your team is doing and follow them, because they are not going to look at you and follow you. They are not even on the same page of you at any moment, so try to at the very least be on the same page as someone else. Now, I don't want to get too complicated about the things you need to learn and focus on, so these are the 2 things you need to focus on the most. Number 1 is your deaths. Where are you dying and how are you dying? Try not to die useless deaths. This has to do with staggering, but it also just has to do in general. Every single death is a teaching moment, especially if you get picked off first, or you die first. Like, let's say your entire team is fighting and you're the first one that dies. That's a vital mistake that you can evaluate and look at. Could I have played around it? Could I have played a different place? Did I walk into the enemy? Was I too away from my team? How did I die first here? And the second thing that you can evaluate is your ultimate use. How is your ultimate getting value on average? Are you wasting your ultimate? How are you using it wrong? How are you not getting value out of it? This is super important because ultimates over the course of an entire game mean the difference between winning or losing if you use your ultimate well. So evaluating your deaths that are not deaths that you should have died and your ultimates that didn't get enough value and you could have used better are 2 core things that can push your game to the next level, and they're really simple to track and notice. You can even monitor them in the replay system very easily. Another layer to this is just general general ability use, one of the things that silver players have a problem with is just using abilities when they're not needed for no reason. Like an Adam Warlock that will just soul bond people just generally, not because their team is pushing, not because they're under threat, just because they can, or using way too many heals, or wasting their abilities over and over again. Recognize that abilities have specific purposes and you don't need to use them until that moment, and if you can evaluate whether you use an ability too soon or not at the right time or messed up, that's really, really good, but that's kind of secondary to the other three things we talked about. Now, we finally entered gold. We've entered the realm of strategy. There is actually going to be some amount of tactics and strategy that is going to be incorporated in gold, but here are some simple things that you can use and do to get ahead of your competition very easily. So the first thing you need to start thinking about in gold is about threats and answers. What are the core threats on the battlefield? This could be ultimate-based threats, the things that you need to play around. This means maybe it's a Psylocke ult, maybe it's a Magneto ult, maybe it's an Eye of Agamotto, Doctor Strange ult. Knowing those threats is important, but also generalized threats like, oh, they have a Black Panther. What is he going to do every single fight? Because he's probably going to do the same thing over and over and over again. If that's a threat, what's my answer? How do I play in position to make me better suited to deal with him? How do I play to protect my supports? Or how do I play as a support to protect myself up against that threat? Because you know what the threat is. How do you deal with it? Do you rage in all chat, start bitching at your teammates and swap Spider-Man? Probably. But is that going to get you the win? Probably not. Now, a concept that you've probably heard me talking about a lot if you've been a subscriber of this channel is the concept of pushing and pulling, which is pushing in and being aggressive when you have an advantage and pulling back when you are at a disadvantage. So that advantage could be numbers, right? So like as enemies die, you should not be playing back, playing safe. You should be walking forward, pushing in, and closing out the fight. Killing every single person and trying to walk through, but also like monitoring what your teammates are doing. You don't want to be the only one pushing when your team is not. But as a general rule of thumb, you should be positioned more offensively, more aggressively when you have an advantage. And then when you lose people, you're trying to back up. And like as an idea here, if two equal sized or equal like strength teams collide, then there's kind of a parity. But if one has an advantage, it like eats the other. It will kind of destroy the other one. So if 6 people run into 4 people, the 4 people will die. If, 3 people run into 1 person, the 1 person will die. And so the reason that you're backing up when your team is at a disadvantage is because you don't want to allow the enemy to overwhelm you, run you over with their numbers advantage. But
this is a new method that, if you just stay with me for the next few minutes, will enable you to stop spinning in circles with your music production and start making tracks that actually sound.
if you back up as like 3 people, they have 6, but then like 2 of them get too aggressive trying to chase you down, they run into you, well, guess what? Maybe your 3 eats their 2, you kill those 2, and now all of a sudden, what was once a numbers advantage is like more leveled. Or you keep backing up, get respawns, and now you're back at parity. Now, a similar thing to this is when ultimates are used. Like, if a Luna Snow ult or a Mantis ult is being invested by the enemy, you need to be pulling back relative to that. Apart from, like, some very specific play you're trying to pull off, you should not be pushing forward or actively fighting when someone is using an ultimate that is putting your team at a disadvantage when you're fighting them or putting their team at an advantage. So, it's similar with, like, Moldal ultimates, too. So, you like Dark Child or, like, Hulk ult. These are things that strengthen the power level of the enemy team, which means you don't want that team to run over you, so you want to back up, give space back. Pull is what we're talking about. Pull. This is a really core concept, but if you don't get it now, it's going to be really hard for you to learn it as time goes on. But the last thing we got to talk about is objectives and the concept of locked-in progress versus temporary. So one of the biggest mistakes that Gold players make is they will waste ults fighting a battle that doesn't make sense for them to fight. So let's say they are fighting a battle, right? And the car is like halfway through before it gets to a checkpoint. And they're fighting, they're sitting on point, they're fighting, their team dies, and they pop an ult. Why is that bad? Well, from their point of view, they really wanted to clutch that fight. They wanted to win that fight at all costs, but they didn't need to because the car going from the midway point to the 75% point doesn't change anything. Only when it gets to an objective does it actually lock in permanent progress that will change the spawns. So those fights matter more. Those fights are fights you would rather kind of plant your flag on and try to clutch at all possible or invest more into clutching. But in the general just random fights that happen along the way, he could have just died on cart, made it so that he died specifically on cart so that the cart didn't move, and then He died, goes back with his team, gets to walk in with his team, his entire team, and ult then. So the reason that that's so much better is because you still get to fight them before they cap a locked-in objective, but you get to maintain that ultimate, and you get to use it with your team is there. And that's another core concept. Well, yes, ulting can win you a fight that you're losing, right? I can Eye of Agamotto when I'm in a 2v5 and potentially kill enough people to win that fight, but if I can, why not Eye of Agamotto in a 6v6? Because then I get to turn that fight even more, right? It's a lot easier to win a fight with an ultimate that is at parity than turn a fight when you're at a huge disadvantage, because you can't just kill 2 to turn into a parity. You need to kill more than that. You almost need like best case scenario for your ultimates, and you're asking a lot for them. Instead, why not just ask a little bit from your ultimates and win fights that way? Now, if you grinded through gold, you finally have made it to plat, and there's a lot you got to work on in plat if you want to get to the higher elos of play. First off is role assessment. I did make an entire guide on this where I broke down what you need to know with every single role, but let me give you a quick TLDR. Understand that tanks' job is to contest objectives, take space, and apply pressure, and they can do this because they can take damage without instantly dying, so they can transition through open areas better than any other character. It's also important for them to route and contest certain objectives, flushing out characters from strong positions as well. We go into this in a lot more detail on that video. Now for DPS, you're trying to contest off angles, apply pressure for multiple angles, generate picks or kills for your team, and output a lot of pressure in the form of damage, and just generally kind of wrangling the enemy team. I think oftentimes what a DPS is supposed to do is not necessarily just kill every single person you see, but also control the angles that an enemy team can play in, basically put pressure on them wherever they are positionally, deny enemy flanks. So if you're playing adjacent from your team, you're not only putting pressure on the enemy team, but you're also denying any Black Panther, any Psylocke, any whatever from flanking and potentially getting in a duel with them isolated or with ideally a teammate. And then of course going for plays that can win the fight, whether that's with your ultimate, whether that's with you just killing people, whatever it is. There's a lot of varying roles with the DPS, but these are like the core ones you need to think about. And then with supports, it's not only keeping your team healed and topped up, but it's also just the mitigation of pressure, wiping away the pressure that enemies create, denying their plays with your utility, and then also applying pressure yourself in the form of damage, in the form of using your cooldowns and abilities. Mantis, for example, has some of the highest damage, really great at aiding a lot of ability pushes by increasing the DPS of ultimates, increasing the DPS output of people being aggressive herself. So this is like a simplification of the jobs that your role is required to know, but you also need to think about how your role slightly differs depending on the character you are and what you're up against. Like if you're a Black Panther, you might play completely different. You're not going to just sit with your team, deny flanks, and just kind of contest enemies. Or if you're a Thor, you might not be someone that is contesting objectives nearly as much, and you might be kind of contesting high ground or just outputting damage on flankers or people on off angles and punishing them. There's a lot of different things that you need to think about, but first you need to understand the core job of your role and then where your differences kind of lie depending on what characters you play. And in addition to that, you need to think about team composition. What does your team want to do? What is it good at? What does the enemy team want to do? What are they good at? If your opponent is playing freaking Venom, goddamn Psylocke, Black Panther, then you know that they're gonna jump your freaking supports over and over and over again. Anyone that's isolated will get jumped and probably die. Your supports will probably get jumped and probably die. They might be able to defend themselves a little bit, but not much. So what can you do depending on what you are? Well, maybe you're a Psylocke and you're gonna mark an enemy diver. What does that mean? That means that instead of you being aggressive and jumping their backline, you are playing to deny the enemy diver. You're planning to deny the enemy Psylocke. You're planning to deny the enemy Panther. You're putting a lot of damage into the Venom with the intent of helping your supports survive. Because you could go jump that backline by yourself, and guess what? It's just you jumping two supports. It's going to be a lot harder than it is for them when they have 3 of them jumping your supports, right? You're trying to create a situation where they can't all go at the same time, so you're marking a target. That's one example. Or maybe you're like, hey, I'm going to swap to Winter Soldier. I'm going to sit right with my team, and I'm just going to play defensively. I'm not going to go aggressive. I'm going to play here to deny. I'm going to play here to control the enemy's form of aggression. But if the enemy is playing freaking Hawkeye Hella, you're not going to just sit with your team and just play AFK with your team outputting damage, because the Hella outranges you, the Hawkeye outranges you. You're not going to get any damage or value or plays in by playing super passive like that. But it's different if the enemy is a dive composition. So you got to understand, what is the opponent doing? What are they good at? How do you fit in there? Or if your team is playing a certain type of characters, what can you play that kind of doubles down on what your team is trying to do? These are some simple things that you could start thinking about. In addition to all that, you need to start thinking about team fight win conditions. How is your team going to win the fight, or how is the opponent's team going to win the fight? What ultimates do you have that can wipe the enemy team and win the fight? Let's say you got a Psylocke ult. I like using that example. It's pretty simple. But what ults do the opponents have that can shut it down? Maybe they got a Luna Snow ult, and maybe they have Loki's totems. Okay, well, maybe I put some aggression on Loki. I baited out his totems. I put a lot of aggression on Luna. Okay, she baited out her ultimate. I waited out. Now I re-hit with my ult. They don't have anything to stop it. I killed them. So this is what I need. I need this, and I need this to happen in order for me to use my ultimate and win the fight. But if I can pull it off, I kill a support or I kill two. We win the fight. And yeah, that's a team fight win condition. But think about how I did that. I thought about what I had, how it's useful, and what I need to do in order to set up a condition where I can win with my ultimate. Because if I just run in there and pop my ultimate, I'm not going to win the fight with that. Now, of course, these plans get better if you're in a duo or trio or communicating with your team, but knowing what your plan is to kind of win the fight and what can stop that plan, that's the essence of building a good win condition. It can also be something that you can use to predict how the opponents are going to use their ultimates and how you can kind of shut that down. So let's say you know they have an Iron Man, he hasn't used an ult in a while, you're like, hey, this guy's going to kind of ult us. He's gonna come around the rooftops in the retake. He's gonna ult us all. Let me position someplace a little bit far away, maybe on a high ground, but I have line of sight there. The Iron Man, he pops out, maybe he kills one person because we're not stacked. You're not sitting with your team because you are prepared for that ult, and then you instantly kill him. You trade him, so the Iron Man got one, but you killed him, he wasted an ult, right? That is super strong, and it's a plan that you built around dealing with the ult. It might be just something small, like I'm not going to play with my team. I'm going to play a little bit away. I'm going to play for the high ground. Whatever it is, you're setting yourself up to be better up against their win condition, their ultimate, or whatever their plan is. Now, the last thing is about positioning. Proper positioning, cover, high ground, routing. Now, once again, I went into a lot of detail on this in a whole positioning guide, and I'm not going to just summarize it here because it's just too much to cover, but I highly recommend you check it out. It'll be in the links in the description down below. Next up is the diamond rank, and I would consider this the first rank in high elo, and there's a lot of things that come with playing in diamond that you need to start incorporating and working on if you want to get to the next level and the level after that. So the first thing is you need to start knowing when a fight is turnable. I think oftentimes you watch a high ranked streamer or a high ranked pro and you see them starting to pop ults and go in and be aggressive even when they're down people. They're not just always resetting, and the reality of it is sometimes a fight is won because the win conditions line up for you even in a situation where you have a numbers disadvantage. Like, let's say you're 3 versus 6, but they don't have any support ults, they don't have any offensive ults, you have 2 ults, you know that your ults can wipe them, you can invest. Or maybe they're weak, they have no cooldowns, they have low resources, you can invest, you can push in. So knowing when a fight is turnable, that's really important. This is going to be something that comes with experience, but also something that you can notice by tracking different things. What cooldowns they have, what health do they have, who's alive, who's dead, what ultimates do they have. These are all things that if you start to track better, you'll know when you don't have anything stopping you from winning the fight other than the fact that they have more people, but that's not enough for them to win the fight, because if people can't do things, if they don't have the cooldowns, they don't have the abilities, they don't have the ultimates, they can't stop you from doing what you want to do, which means that you can still win. It's also generally good to go back and VOD review yourself and evaluate whether or not you should have just reset that fight or whether committing was actually worthwhile there. And it's a lot easier to see in hindsight if you made the right call, and then you can reevaluate for next time and just get better and better at it over time. The other thing that you need to learn is the perfect timing on resets and reattempts, knowing when an opponent can still contest and there's still things that you have to be worried about. A lot of people think, hey, this fight is won, I already won this fight, but then the Doctor Strange portal's in, you all are standing on point, he ults 3 of y'all, and y'all lose the fight. This is something that happens so often, and you need to consider what is possible with the opponent's recontest and what ultimates you need to be prepared to play around. And similar to that, you need to know whether or not a fight is reasonable to take or not. Like, you run off on the site with your Luna ultimate, for instance, trying to stall the point, but your team is not in a position to come help you. Eventually it ends, you just die. You shouldn't have invested it. They might have capped that objective, but you could have just saved that for the next fight in the next objective, and then you get snowballed because they have ultimates. You don't have a Luna Snow ultimate. That is just one example of you not gauging what is possible, what is reasonable as a reattempt, can come back to kind of snowball you or bite you back later, and it's really important for you to not make these mistakes. But if you can do it, it is super clutch to be able to. So you could err on the side of caution, but the good player, the high elo player, the better player would make the right call and still be able to invest and even win or give themselves a chance to win, and they kind of understand that limit, and you should as well. Now, another thing that you need to really know perfectly is your matchups and your counters. So you are going to have certain characters that you're really good at and you really like to play, and other characters that you flex to. On every character that you decide to queue up with or play at all, you need to know what your matchups are and how you can effectively counter it. Every character is going to have certain interactions, certain bad or good matchups, and if you have a bad matchup, what is the way that you actually still get value? What is the way that you still thrive? If you're a support that just absolutely gets demolished by a Black Panther, what can you do? How can you position? How can you play so that you give yourself a chance, a fighting chance to win the fight? You need to figure out what to do, because your solution to matchups can't just be, oh, they picked that character, I lose, right? That can't be a solution. You need to think of how...
I'm not gonna hold y'all. This guy, Coach Mills, he's got a lot of good advice if you guys really want to like learn how to play this game for real.
A really known good player at that character, I'm gonna ban it. I don't really care how you solve it, that's up to you, but you have to have a way to solve it. You can't just be like, I lose here, I can't do anything about it.
BRB, bathroom.
Blame the matchups, blame the balance, whatever you want to do, that's not going to get you the dub. So you need to think about what you can do to be effective, and also, what are your good matchups? What can you abuse? What can you farm? What characters can't do shit about you when you're kind of really enforcing your fight against them all the time? Who are you hunting? What can you do to just hunt them and farm them over and over again? The tiers of your opponents is like the same thing that rises your elo, okay? So that's what you need to do, okay? It's like your elo's on a boat, and their tiers is filling up the fucking flask, okay? But also, we got to consider that bans are in Diamond. I alluded to it before, but you cannot just be a one-trick here. I mean, I really don't encourage you being a one-trick anyways, but being flexible, especially in Diamond, Elo, and above, is important, because you might play so well you get target banned. You might have a team of a whole bunch of DPS players, and you just need a reasonable tank. Maybe they're amazing, and you could just win that game easily. And in general, you could also have people locking your main. So being flexible is just generally really important in Diamond, Elo, and beyond. I wouldn't say be overly flexible, like don't swap to everything and never play the characters you're good at again. Like still force or try to force the characters you like to play as much as reasonable, but you still want to be able to still win the games where no one else swaps for you or no one else can play like a reasonable character. You don't want to like need just a placeholder tank, but you're either so bad at tank that you can't play that placeholder, you're an active liability, or you just don't swap and just lose a game that you had great DPS, you had great supports, you could have won that game easily. Don't just throw these games away for no reason. And even within your role, you want to have other characters you could rely on when your character is having bad matchups or just getting shut down or countered. And I think that this is a great elo once you hit to get a second account and grind it up to this elo, learning other characters, learning characters outside your role, learning other characters within your role so that you can play them at a high level. I did something very similar with Thor because I had no idea how to play Thor. I grinded another account, practiced the character, got the character to the level that I wanted them, climbed the character, and now Thor is one of the characters I play the most, and it helped to round out my hero pool a lot better, and I think you should do something similar. Now, the last thing we'll talk about in Diamond is evaluating risk and reward. Understand that every play you go for comes with a certain amount of risk, right? You go for a flank on any character. You could just die. You could just get found out. The tank could turn on you, be like, what the fuck you doing here, and just kill you, right? It can happen, but you need to evaluate what is the risk, what is the reward here. Maybe there's constant pressure. Maybe a flank is really unexpected, so you have an element of surprise, but recognize that there is a risk. But sometimes that risk is worth it. Sometimes your opponent is kind of going in crazy, going into your backline. They're getting kills, they're popping ultimates, but there's an opportunity for you to slip in and kill 2 supports. You might win the game if you do it. So there is a high reward there, but the risk is not really that high because you're probably going to lose the fight anyways. Understanding when there's times when you can take a more calculated risk that is worth the reward, and other times where maybe you're winning a fight and you shouldn't be taking a crazy risky reward because you just don't need it. You're going to win it anyways. So this is something that you should start thinking about more and more as you get past the Diamond Elo. Now we're in Grandmaster, and there's a lot that players got to work on, myself included as a GM2 player. Let's talk about what I could do and anyone could do to get past this rank. The first thing is flex mastery or hero mastery. So you want to be good and flexible, but you need to be absolutely insane on all the heroes you play. Like, it's okay to be someone that doesn't flex all that much, but when you do flex, you should not flex to a character that you kind of suck at. One of the problems I keep running into is that I can play a really good Winter Soldier, a really good Psylocke, a reasonable Mantis, and a good Thor, but if I'm solo tank, Thor absolutely sucks at solo tank, and I cannot play like Doctor Strange, and my Magneto kind of sucks. So when I have to flex to those characters, we lose, and if I have to solo Thor, we probably lose. So yeah, that's not a great solution. Now, if I played in a squad with another tank player, probably, but I primarily solo queue and I can't do that, so I run into these problems. So maybe I should try to become more flexible, learn some other characters that are actually better at solo tanking, and maybe I would be less of a liability when I am forced onto those roles. The other solution is just to get so goddamn cracked at my other mains that it just doesn't matter and just win the games anyways. And maybe that's the right solution. But I really think that in general, the less flexible you are, the more absolutely cracked you have to be. Like, if you're not flexible, you need to be so goddamn good at your heroes that people want to target ban you over and over again, but you still have another character that you can play to a high level. Now, have you ever had those games where the enemy team just gets some momentum? They ult you, take an objective, then they ult you again, and then they take the next objective. They're kind of snowballing through. In those games, as a Grandmaster, you need to find a way, no matter what role you're playing, to nickel and dime your way to victory. So in another world where there's some other player there, you're gonna lose that game, but you are gonna find ways, simple things, to get kills here, use good ults here, turn a fight that would have been a loss, slow down their momentum, because it's so common where a team is getting rolled, but one player does just enough to kind of hold off that snowball. They turn a couple of fights that could have just ended the game outright if that fight just allowed it, if they just allowed that fight to happen. And then they roll back on offense and they win a game that they really had to be the difference maker. Like, and the small things add up here. The small fights you win add up here. You don't really know when something is not going to matter, but being consistently, you know, trying to make valuable plays throughout the whole game can be the thing that matters. Yeah, sometimes you're going to play really, really well in a game you lose, but that's okay because you're going to win so many other games that another player without your level of mental, without your level of playmaking ability would have lost that game 100%. The other thing you need to learn to do is shutting down problematic players and strategies. You're going to start running into players that are absolutely cracked. Black Panthers that kill you in the blink of an eye. Iron Man Hulk duos that are just flying through the sky. There's going to be some crazy, amazing players, and you're not always going to be able to ban them away and just, you know, dodge these players. You need to come up with a solution. You can't just be a dog where you lose to certain players every single time. I understand they're absolutely cracked, but you need to become cracked yourself. You need to become a menace yourself. You need to come up with ways and solutions to deal with these players. That's the only way forward. And then you need to start thinking steps ahead. This is something that is kind of a continuation of what we talked about in Diamond, but the better you can plan and position for things that will happen in the future, and the better you can predict how a fight will play out, the better and better you will be at dealing with everything. So positioning for ults, identifying what ults are available, how do you need a position to deal with that, to interrupt that? What abilities do you need to save? Like, how many times have you been a character that had the means to dodge an ultimate or an ability, but you didn't have the ability off cooldown? So let's say you're Cloak and Dagger, and you know that they have like an ultimate that could just kill you if you don't have your Fade, but if you have your Fade, you could save you and your other support, right? So now you also have a Black Panther coming after you. So that person's going to try to bait out your Fade. Once your Fade's out, the other person will use their ultimate and kill you. So now you need to position in a way that it's hard for the Black Panther to bait out your Fade. You need to fight the Black Panther without getting your faded bait out so that you can use your Fade to bait out the ultimate. You see how that's so many complex layers that requires you to position well, play well, come up with a game plan, and execute it all. And this is what is needed at the highest level of play. You use that Fade, you lost. It's like you already lost the whole fight because you used an ability because someone is trying to bait it out. And everyone understands that this is what the game is about. Everyone understands that if you use your fade here, you're dead. So yeah, that's kind of the domino of things you need to think about. And that happens all the time. And the better and better you get at doing this, the better and better game plans you'll make, and the more and more you'll win or shut down really good plays, because everyone's trying to think of how do they win? What's their game plan? What's their win condition? And you need to think about what can you do to make that game plan harder? What can you do to interrupt that game plan? What can you do to make a better game plan that beats their game plan? I know it's a lot of steps, a lot of thinking ahead, and there's a lot of variables that change on the fly, but this is what's needed to operate and play at the highest levels of play, because past this...
Yo, these bots don't get tired, B. They be hitting me up all the time on chat. Like, yo, fam, I know you're a bot. What are you doing?
Players in the world. Also, in general, advanced map knowledge. I think everyone has a reasonable amount of map knowledge, but there are so many little things, whether it's health pack positions or even little nubs and creases and cracks that can prevent you from, like, rolling around the corner on Black Panther, as an example. The more little things you know, little places you can hide, knowing even when the spawns change. There are places where the spawns will change, enemies will get caught there, you can push there and kill there. There's a lot of little things that add up here that most players do not know. The higher and deeper your map knowledge is, the better and better you'll be. A lot of times, though, the only way to get this higher is by playing more and more. Now, number 7, the last rank, we're going to call this Eternity Top 500 and One Above all combined. What can these players do to become even better, like a top tier pro or just one of the best players in the entire world? What can these players do to push themselves even further and further? I've coached a lot of extremely high skill and high ranked players in other games like Overwatch, so here are the big tips that I would give players at this caliber. Number 1 is respect granted versus respect earned. The key concept here is that you have to respect certain players mechanically to hit shots and abilities, to understand what ultimates you have and the opponents have, to understand win conditions. So you're kind of giving your opponents a lot of respect to certain things. I know they would do this. I know they would respond like this. I know they're mechanically going to hit this. So you're giving them a lot of respect, and you don't want to get punished. So you don't want to do things that doesn't respect them. You know, if you go in and you just psycho into 3 people, you disrespect them like that, and you think, oh, they're not going to hit the sleep on me. They're not going to shoot me. They will, and they'll kill you. So you need to respect them to a certain amount so you're not feeding, getting shut down, and dying. But on the flip side, over-respect turns into a flaw. Not going for plays, not trying to take over an entire lobby, not trying to enforce your will can turn into a flaw. And it's about finding that balance. Just what can I get away with here? Just how much respect do I have to give my opponents? In what ways can they mess up? In what ways can they not respond? In what ways can I still have high impact even over these really skillful players? You see, you're respecting them, you're respecting their skill, and you're still finding ways to overcome that in spite of all those things, but you're not disrespecting them so much that it turns into an error that you're constantly making that they can punish you for, because if you don't respect them enough, they will punish you. So it's about finding that perfect balance. Another thing you should think about is min-maxing your plays and decisions. So you know your interactions against like a certain character played at a high level, but what about a player playing that character at a top tier level, you know, a top 100 level? What is that player doing to be so much different than everyone else? And what can you do against that player? How can you still be effective? How can you make it so that you're not feeding when another person playing your character would be feeding in that matchup? And a lot of this comes down to
This is a check real quick. Did y'all see what he did to that magic? Yeah, he staggered the crap out of that magic. Like, that magic is not going to be a part of the next team fight, because his whole team came right after he killed him. Also, that is what he's talking about in terms of respect granted, respect earned, stuff like that. Because, like, honestly, the thing is that when you start to do a lot in this game, you start to realize that there's people selling on all levels. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are literally people, right, that are selling on every level. They don't know how to play. They might have got boosted. They might have let their older sibling play their account. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So you just have to be wary of it and just understand that you're going to be blocking people. Like, just straight up. Like, you're gonna be blocking people. You're gonna be avoiding teammates. Excuse me. It's inevitable, you know. I would say, like, yeah, he's focused on the stuff that you can do to be a better player as a whole for your team and how you should think. Because as a team game, you're only as strong as your weakest link. So yes, you have to be him. You have to be her in this game before you can get to the higher ranks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just gonna fall in your lap.
Study and research and learning about what top tier players are doing on certain characters that's so strong and what other players are doing to still find value into that. Knowing and learning and constantly evolving is vital to maintain your rank and your skill at the top tier of play. Now, a lot of this comes down to VOD review. VOD reviewing yourself, VOD reviewing others. Watch yourself play. I think consistently, if you want to be a top tier player, you should be analyzing your own gameplay, especially the games that you don't do well. What could you have done better? How did you get shut down? And this is something that oftentimes pro players do all the time, where they're constantly reevaluating themselves. You could also get a second opinion on these VODs, have other top tier players that you play with watch your own VODs and give you comments, or coaches as well. This is a way to level up your gameplay even further and really find things to focus on that require constant effort and fine-tuning, because you're already a very good player. How can you become an even better and better and better player and find ways to get small edges against other players that are around the same caliber of player as you? Now, of course, you need tons and tons of repetition. Oftentimes at the highest levels of skill plateaus, and for 10 times the amount of hours you put in, you're not improving 10 times the rate anymore. You're improving a lot less. The higher and higher you get to the skill ceiling of games, and the further and further you push it, the more and more hours that are actually required for you to see any visible progress. Now, thankfully, the game is new, so you're still going to see tons of progress in your own skill right now, but really mass amounts of grinding, repetition, and scrimming at high levels. I would encourage you to scrim, find a team, participate in high-level tournaments, and try to, even chase the path to pro. Honestly, I think the Marvel Rivals esports scene is going to have a really bright future, and yeah, if you ever win a trophy someday, say, hey, I used to watch Coach Mills, and I'll be happy. But anyways, I hope you learned something regardless of what rank you're in. Definitely let me know if you have any questions down below, and smash that like, subscribe. What are you waiting for? And I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free
Thanks, Coach Mills.
e-commerce store
Appreciate you.
preloaded with 20
I already seen that. Yeah, I can't watch Necros anymore. He said he was gooning for a day straight. Nope. Can't watch that guy anymore. As much as he is entertaining as he is, it's just. Yeah. Even if I was gooning all day, I would never freaking say it on my fucking stream. Like, what? Nah, my boy.
With a new patch in 1.5 and many of the changes in Marvel Rivals, the meta has dramatically changed based on what it was at the beginning of Season 1. That's why in this video we're going to break down every hero and place them from S to F so that you know exactly what is the best and worst characters in this season. And while I can't make a tier list for every single elo, this is going to be for mid to high elos, so it gives you a point of reference on what people are doing when they're playing the characters too close to their maximum capabilities. Now, I still want to make it clear that you can climb to Eternity or top 500 with literally any character on this list if you get good enough at them, so please don't just say, oh, it's an S tier, I'm going to pick it up, or oh, it's an F tier, I'm going to drop it, because that's just not how this game works. But if you want to climb to Grandmaster, Celestial, or even Eternity, then look no further than the Marvel Rivals Academy. We offer over 3 weekly classes with many of the top tier coaches, including a brand new signed former Overwatch League coach and pro player. We also run consistent coach scrims where you will play in an organized setting against other players of like skill, and then you'll be coached after the fact on things you could do better and how to improve. We also have an in-house tournament system where you can compete for free prizes, and we support multiple regions, PC and console, so it doesn't matter where you are, what platform you play on, you can join the academy. We've had so many players skyrocket in ranked, and you can be next, and we offer a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can try it risk-free right now in the links down below. Now we're going to start off with the tanks, and the first character I want to talk about is Doctor Strange, a character that did receive a health nerf going into patch 1.5, and he also did receive some smaller nerfs to his shield and to his AoE damage back in Season 1. And these small nerfs are going to eventually add up to something that impacts the character in power level and in pick rate, but that's not true now. Right now, this character is still one of the best, if not the best tanks in the entire game. He's just very reliable at everything he wants to do, from consistent damage to mitigation to the ability to contest open space without falling over and dying. A really powerful ultimate that can wipe enemy teams, kill supports even through support ults, and also has a teleporter that is nearly as powerful as an ultimate, allowing you to recontest. And I would even go as far to say is that if you're not playing Strange, you still need to know how to play Strange, because there's going to be a lot of moments where you need to swap to Strange to recontest, and only Strange can do so. Not to mention, Strange can also wall off certain objective points, and with his teleporter, preventing people from retaking. There's so much power in this character's kit. He's just so much consistent value. He's so integral, and I really do think that he is one of the strongest tanks in the game, a top 2 tank undoubtedly, and he's still an S tier tank. It's pretty clear. He's one of the best characters to learn how to play if you want to climb, because he's just so versatile, so strong. And yeah, the next character we got to talk about is Magneto. Magneto did get pretty interesting going into 1.5 because they decreased the uptime for his curtain, his shield, but they increased his damage. And when you increase the damage of a character like this, it actually ends up being a pretty substantial buff to the character. Good players are going to be able to use the curtain at key moments, and honestly, when you're really dominating on this character, you don't need curtain for a long time. You just need it for specific moments. But an increase in damage allows you to confirm more kills, apply more pressure, build ultimate faster, and Magneto was already incredibly strong. Now, there are some characters like Cloak and Dagger that are better at dodging the Magneto ult now, and she's not going to be quite as relevant in the meta now that we're moving away from triple support, and Cloak and Dagger's ultimate, the thing that was integral for that composition, did get nerfed quite a bit. We'll talk about that a bit later, but still, Magneto ultimate is good at countering a lot of ults, whether it's a Punisher ult, whether it's the beginning of a Star-Lord ultimate, which is really important to stop to give your team time to make a play on it or back away. And then just in general, it's just a powerful ultimate to shut down all supports in their ultimates, like killing Invisible Woman or something like that.
When it's time to start your business, it's time
I've
for
killed
Shopify.
Invisible Women
Get
out of
everything
their
you
ult.
need to go from
And yeah,
Like,
Magneto's
in their
still
ult.
very, very strong, and he actually got stronger in some ways going into patch 1.5. So he's still an S tier tank, still very strong. Maybe isn't as objectively as strong as Strange in the spots he's good in, but the thing that Magneto is really great at is that he can also enable divers and certain characters that are going in aggressively. Whether you're playing with another mobility heavy tank that's diving in, you bubble them, or you have an Iron Fist that you're constantly giving bubbles. There's ways to get value in more diverse compositions. And yeah, you're not going to have something like a teleporter, and you're not going to have maybe not quite as powerful of an ultimate, but the other parts of his kit make up for that, and he's really strong, and I think he's also probably the best solo tank in the game, so I'm going to put him in the S tier as well. Now, I got to mention Thor. Thor is a character that has been slowly creeping up the ranks, and he did get a pretty small buff in patch 1.5 that made it so there was no delay after he uses his awakening, his Super Saiyan mode, and he gets to move right away, which is nice for the character's kit. It doesn't fundamentally break the character or make the character insane. If they got rid of that passive cooldown across abilities altogether, then the character would be super, super insane. But it did make him a little stronger. It made him feel a little bit better. And honestly, he was already feeling fairly good in general. I do think that he's a still very, very strong character, and he's really good for booping people out of positions. I think he's good against a lot of the meta tanks. He's good against Strange, he's good against Magneto. He's reasonable against Groot because he doesn't care as much about the walls. He can mark a lot of the dive tanks, specifically characters like Cap, characters like Venom. He can kind of deny them and shut them down and push them away from his team. And he's really flexible, especially if you have a map that has high ground where he can do this hit and run style where he's dropping down, doing something, getting some value, getting some kills, and then going back to the high ground. It's really, really strong. He plays a really strong, like, hybrid off tank is what we call it, almost like a hybrid DPS tank. And yeah, he's super strong, and now with the tech of dropping your bubble, that if enemies leave it, they're going to get slowed and take some damage, and then you pop your ult, you can very reliably either kill squishies or bait out support ultimates. So you combine all those things together, and Thor's really great. Not to mention Hela's really good right now, and Hela's amazing with Thor. I think the Hela and Thor duo may be one of the strongest duos that you can play in ranked. The Hela, Thor, Loki trio, I think, is literally the strongest trio you can play in ranked if nothing is banned. So yeah, Thor is really, really strong, really, really good. When you get rezzed like 2 or 3 times in a fight, you're just not going to lose that fight. Even getting rezzed once is just, you're not going to lose that fight. And then there's other characters you can synergize well with right now, whether that's Cap, whether that's Storm. There's a lot of characters that Thor really thrives with right now. So yeah, I'm going to put Thor in the A tier. He's not the best of the best, and I do think you have to work a little bit harder to get him to work. You have to think a little bit more about how you're going to change your playstyle, change how you're playing every single fight. I've been meaning to make an advanced Thor guide breaking down decision making and things like that. So if you want to see something like that, let me know in the comments down below, because I think he's a complex character that has a lot of complex decision making, and he's not as easy to kind of break down how you should play him in every single situation. Now, next we're going to talk about Groot. And Groot is just a crazy carry tank. Like, he might be the hardest carry tank in the game. He's so freaking strong, but there are a couple of considerations around the character. I think his weakness becomes super apparent against characters that want to crowd control him, namely like Wolverine and Bucky. Characters are pretty frustrating to play against. While there is some counterplay, that's not going to be that reliable, that easy to do. I am going to release a video talking about how to counter some of these things in the future. But yeah, it's really like you're going to want to ban these things at all times. Luckily, once you get to the ban ranks, you should be able to ban them very reliably, very consistently, because everyone wants to ban at least Wolverine. That's the big one that you kind of have to ban. Other characters like Iron Fist now also are kind of threatening to you, so there's more things that are more threatening to you now than before. But even in spite of those things, you can outplay a lot of that with really good positioning. There's a giant amount of skill expression on the character. I really do think that you can take over an entire lobby on Groot in a way that you can't really take over on some other tanks, because Groot can do a ton of damage, make a lot of plays, shut down ultimates. He has an ultimate that might just be one of the best ultimates in the game. Whether you combo it or not, it's just so freaking strong. And yeah, there's a lot of high-ranking Groot players that are just completely carrying lobbies to the point where if you see them, their Groot gets banned, or it did before streamer mode. So yeah, Groot is so freaking strong. I really want to make it clear that this is one of the best characters I think you can pick up and add to your hero pool if you're trying to play another tank, and maybe you want to add another tank to your hero pool. I know that I'm personally going to be adding Groot to my hero pool soon, because I think this character has so much potential. And yeah, he's just that good. So I'm going to really put him in the S tier. Maybe not as reliable and consistent as Strange and Mag, but in the hands of someone that knows what they're doing, so freaking strong. And yeah, he's just amazing. Now next is Penny, and I've talked pretty highly about Penny in the past. I still think that Penny is really, really great. Penny gets to get free kills in the mid fight. She's extremely good, especially on defense, denying space. You can play her on attack as well, just taking over certain areas and then kind of creeping to another area, denying it, taking control, applying consistent pressure. You can deny a lot of ultimates with your grip. You can shut down characters like Strange ultimates over and over and over again. Outplay divers, and you're really good against a lot of divers. There's a lot to love about this character, and there's a lot people are still learning about this character. A lot of trap spots that you can put mines. I really do think that someone that has a lot of expertise on this character can really just make the entire game about them in a way that other characters can't really do that. And that's pretty oppressive. That's pretty daunting. And yeah, this character's phenomenal. But there's a couple of considerations here. I think number one, Penny can't really be a solo tank. Reasonably, you can't really solo tank on this character. Similar to we talked about Thor, you're not really going to want to solo tank on these characters because they can't really hold open space that easily. Like, yeah, they can hold space near certain edges and things like that, but they can't stand out in the open when they need to contest objectives or things like that, when they need to drop the point to deny a cap. They're gonna die like very quickly. You can't do that. You're pretty prone to CC. So you gotta play your spots, and you gotta wait for the value to come to you, or you gotta wait for the moment to come to you. So that's one of the weaknesses of Penny, in my opinion. That's where she really lacks. I do think that she's still very, very strong, and I think that the win rate reflects how strong she is. But I would say that it's not really a character that I could recommend one-tricking, but in the right spot, she's amazing. So it's hard for me to place her, because reasonably, I think if people really know what they're doing on this character, and they're really good with this character could be like a high A tier. But for the average person or most people that are going to play this character, they're like B. It's like a B tier character. So it's a little hard. I think you could justify A. I think you could justify B. It really gonna depend on your individual skill level. I'm gonna put her at the bottom of A tier, but yeah, I mean, it's really gonna depend on just how great you are at this character, where she actually deserves to be placed, which is good for the character. I mean, it's a character that is probably worth investing in if you're willing to be committed, but maybe not a character that I would recommend if you're just gonna dabble in her. If you're just gonna play her a little bit, if you're gonna learn a character to flex to in specific moments, and you're not planning on being like a Penny main, learn Mag, learn Strange. Don't learn Penny. Penny's a character, if you're gonna commit to Penny, then I would recommend Penny. Okay, next we have Venom. And Venom is a character that did get some pretty substantial buffs going into this season, and he's actually really, really good. Especially when people really learn how to use him. They learn how to do the combo with his ultimate. They learn how to just get out when they're under pressure, and they know what threats can really hurt them, CC that can really hurt them. Venom can be amazing, especially when backed up by other mobility-heavy characters. I mean, you dive in and you go in and you create a lot of pressure, you create a lot of attention, you leave a lot of windows for other DPS to go in, some Black Panthers to go in, some Sides to go in, even Iron Fist to go in. You leave these windows for these people to really make some amazing plays. Now, I will say that there are some core weaknesses to this character. Characters like Wolverine are still very difficult to deal with at times, but also characters like Bucky and characters like Namor can be a nightmare for you as well, and I also think Iron Fist is fairly good against you now with his new changes that allow him to do damage based on HP. So there's a lot of things that you have to kind of be afraid of, and I think depending on what gets banned in your games, he's going to be better or worse. Really, if you're amazing at him, you can make him work, of course, but you're really going to want to kind of be strategic about what you're banning, because if you shut down the things that normally people go to deal with you, then you can feel like there's no answer to you and you can kind of take over a game. I do think that he's actually really strong. I think he's actually very reliable, potentially, but there are some moments where he lacks, and he doesn't really have a perfect composition to fit in right now. It's really hard to place a character like this, to be honest. I still think he's reasonably good, and maybe I'm going to put too many tanks up in the high tiers, but like reasonably, I still think he's actually an A tier pick. I think he's just really, really good. I would say, you know, but maybe between A and B, it's not really clear exactly where he'll be placed. I think based on pick rate, how much he's going to be played, he's probably closer to B, but based on power level, I actually think he's closer to A in the right hands anyways. Now here's the thing, and we got to talk about him, because the thing is a little bit hard to place right now. It's still rather early in the season, but he's showing a lot of promise as a character that could range from being fairly good to being absolutely busted. He has a ton of potential, and he's extremely strong with a strong ultimate, the ability to constantly brawl, the ability to take over a game by constantly engaging and just applying a lot of pressure, and then being able to get out and being very hard to interact with and kill. He doesn't care about a lot of crowd control and things that other tanks care about, so characters like Wolverine just aren't really an issue for him. And I think his biggest weakness right now is just massive amounts of damage. Things like Punisher with the Rocket team up really just shred him, and I think people are not quite to the stage yet where they understand how to counter him. But some people are learning how to play him well, so those players are having a lot of success, but eventually he'll get reeled back in line. Right now, if I was being kind of conservative, I would put him in the B tier. If I was being optimistic, I'd put him in the A. But like I said, he has a lot of potential, and I wouldn't be surprised by at the end of the season, someone cracks him, someone figures out just how strong he is. Really, when you play him with characters that have mobility, can dive, then he gets kind of interesting, because you can kind of jump onto like your Venom diving in and engage with them, or you can play him where you're the initiator and then you're always just going back to your team. You're just using your lead to go back to your team. So there's flexible ways to play him, and I don't think people have fully figured out exactly where he is at his best, but it is obvious that he's very strong. He's probably one of the strongest release characters or new characters. I really do think that he is, you know, far stronger than a character like Reed was at launch. He's stronger than Human Torch is now. He's probably along the same power level as someone like Invisible Woman or close to it. So that's really good company to be in. He's very, very strong. I think he has a lot of potential, and I wouldn't be surprised if he moves up this tier list. I know I'm putting a lot of tanks high up on this list, but a lot of tanks are really good, and they're really competitive. Right now, we have a very interesting meta where I think you could pick a lot of different tanks, and I think that's a good thing. I think having options is great. and really there's just a lot of great options in the tanking category right now, and I wouldn't blame you for picking almost any tank, and we'll talk about that more as we round out the list. Okay, now we gotta talk about Banner, and Banner's a tank that is just really, really great. Like, he's still very, very strong. The Iron Man team up is not quite as strong anymore, and a lot of people might think that that's why this character was played so much, but it really isn't. This character has really high APM, which is actions per minute, meaning that you can do a little bit of everything. You can apply pressure, you can contest high grounds, you can go and deny or mark an enemy DPS, you can, you know, jump the front line. There's so many different things you could do that in the hands of someone that's really good on this character, the sky's the limit. I think at the highest elos and just when people really learn this character, he's dominant. Now, we're kind of running into this interesting spot here where he's getting not banned more than ever. Like, he's slipping through the cracks more than ever, and people are not taking advantage of it because no one that has been playing at a reasonably high level has gotten to practice this character. Like, you just don't get to practice him, so people aren't good enough at him to do all the things that I talked about. It's kind of interesting how a character that is banned so much, especially a character that is fairly difficult to get great with, you need time to get good with him. You need to be able to practice him, and that's not always the case. On paper, is he still an S tier tank? 100%, but in actuality, most people are not going to be able to play him at an S tier level, so that's kind of why he's slipping through the cracks. It's kind of funny. He hasn't been banned, so people haven't practiced him, meaning he's not good enough in the hands of most people, so he's not banned. It's kind of interesting, but still, in the hands of someone that really knows what they're doing, he's still an S tier tank. And I think people are still sleeping on him for these reasons, but really, on paper, this character is still S tier, and I don't really think that there's anything that has been done to him to justify moving him from that S tier slot. He's still one of the most dominant tanks when played at a reasonable level, and he has some of the highest carry potential in the entire game. I gotta really put him in the S tier, and I know that this looks a little strange right now. There's a lot of S tier picks, there's a lot of A tier picks, but really all these tanks are viable in different situations, or they're just viable outright if you're good with them. Like, I think in the S tier, all those tanks can completely take over a game and dominate, where they're very reliable and consistent. In the A tier, very flexible picks, very strong picks in the right hands, and B tier, character with a lot of potential. But now we have the last character, which is Captain America, a character that, once again, I think he kind of slots in at the bottom of A tier. A really strong tank in the right hands, has a lot of potential in the right hands, and he did get a lot better going into patch 1.5 with a lot of the buffs, but really, it's not something that's gonna break him necessarily. I think that he still lacks in damage quite a bit, so he needs some amount of someone else helping him. Like, he could be a catalyst for aggression, but he can't be the whole aggression. That being said, he's incredibly good at stalling objectives, applying pressure, staying alive, and getting out. So he's really strong.
I got some horror stories
I don't wanna
about Cap,
kind of
man.
undertone how strong he is. I think in many cases he could be stronger than Venom at doing a similar role. They're also very good together, by the way. But yeah, he's definitely gone up a tier. I think before these buffs he was in B tier. Now, justifiably, he's in A. Venom, before these buffs, was in B tier. Now he's justifiably in A. I think you gotta move these characters up, but it doesn't really make sense to move any other character down when these characters just got stronger. Nothing else got weaker. Just really, really strong characters, really, really strong tanks. So yeah, this is rounding out my tank tier list. Let's move on to DPS. Now, Hela got massively buffed, and at first people were saying that it was a bug that she had no fall off, and then they were saying no, it was actually included in the patch notes that she has, you know, the ability to 2-tap headshot from range. Regardless of the reason, right now, it looks like it's sticking, and Hela is very, very strong. She's so good, and I think that she needs to be respected more now than she has been pretty much all season long, ever since the nerfs at the start of the season. She's really good against a lot of the top characters as well. Any of the flying characters like Storm, like, you don't really have to ban these characters when you're really good at Hela, unless Hela gets banned. She's also very good at outranging characters like Bucky, really good at outranging characters like Namor. She's just really, really strong and reliable. And yeah, very similar to how she was pre-nerf in Season 1, where everyone was just banning her. She's very strong. She's not maybe quite that strong, but she's still very freaking strong. Amazing with the Loki and Thor synergy, of course, that we talked about. And I really do think that this character is just insane in the right hands. If you have reasonable aim or great aim, you can just completely carry a lobby. She demands respect. She has good crowd control. She has good mobility, and she has a great ultimate, a checkmate ultimate that can just win the fight if there's no Doctor Strange shield that flies up in your face, or there's no support ultimate. You're just gonna kill people. She's just really great. She's just really, really strong, and yeah, I really do think that she's an S tier DPS. And basically just insanely strong right now. Very, very good, and yeah, should be respected. Now, Human Torch is a new one, and once again, a character that is new, so he's a little bit harder to evaluate than some of these other characters. And while I said that the thing was B and had a lot more, like a lot of potential to go higher, I think that Human Torch also has some potential to be okay, but his ceiling is nowhere near what the thing is. Like, he has more weaknesses. He is an attrition flyer, but he doesn't have a lot of mobility and movement. Like, yes, he can go down and slam, but then once he's there, how does he get out? How does he dodge? How does he move around? He doesn't have any evasion. He's not like someone like a Star-Lord that can fly around. He can't move around fast. He can't flip or evade. So there's weaknesses to him. Now, in the right composition around him, I think he can get value, and you could definitely climb and carry with this character, but really, he's pretty hard to outplay certain types of people. He has some hard situations where he's really just not able to get into the spots he wants to. Characters like Hela can just completely shut him down, and it's hard for him to do enough to carry. A lot of his damage can be ignored and avoided. So you combine all these things together, and I think that he's fine, but, you know, a lot less ceiling than some of these other characters. So I'm actually going to put him into C tier respectively. Now, Iron Fist did receive some pretty interesting changes that kind of changed how the character plays a lot, where he's not as effective against squishies, but he's a lot more effective against tanks. So this really means that he's very good in a brawl comp when you're trying to trade blows on the front line, but he's not so great at being like this assassin that goes into the back line and like tries to 1v1 a support anymore. So his playstyle changes, but honestly it's better because it allows him to cycle more. He's going to be in the fight a lot more. He doesn't have as many uptime problems as he once did. And he's not putting himself in as much risk as he was before when he was fighting in the back line where something else could like stun him or whatever after he used his block. So there's a lot of pluses to this, and I think that overall it's going to feel like a buff, but in some cases he's not going to be able to carry as hard as he could before. In more organized play with organized resources, I think he actually gets better, and then when, you know, you're playing this like random, chaotic, just normal game, he gets worse, which is interesting. It's like in the lower elos and just in the random games, he gets worse, which I think is the place that a lot of people complained about him. And in the situations where people were like, oh, he's not good anymore in high elo, now he's better. He's legitimately good, which is kind of good. I think it's a good change because it does that. It makes it so that the people that were frustrated with him, the supports that were frustrated with him in any elo, they are not feeling quite as frustrated with him anymore. And then in higher elo, he's a bit better. Although tanks, you have another character that you have to really watch out for. He's looking to abuse you quite a bit. And with tanks so strong, right, we talked about how many are good. I can't just look down on a character that is strong against tanks. I don't think he can be played in every single spot, but I think the spots he's good in, he's actually very, very good this season, this patch. So I'm actually going to put him in the A tier. He'll probably go into the bottom of A tier, but I actually do think he's legitimately good, and he's good against a lot of freaking tanks. Being able to bully tanks is great, and tanks are so strong, and some of them are hard to interact with. So a character that can really just take over and bully them to this extent, I do got to give him mad props here, and I got to put him in the A tier respectively. Now, Hawkeye did receive quite a bit of buffs. Now he's better against some of the dive characters that were jumping him. He has more HP. He got more, like, less cooldown on his knockback. So there's things about him that are really good, but still there's vulnerabilities to the character. And I think that's kind of why they buffed him. He had a really low win rate before the buffs, and I wouldn't imagine that it's going to be sky high anymore. His best meta was a triple support meta. That's really where he would thrive, because he gets to not be under pressure and he gets to take pot shots, and he wasn't really even succeeding in that environment. Now there's more DPS, there's more hyper mobility DPS, there's more hyper mobility tanks. A lot of things are going to be jumping him, so that keeps him in check. Is he still strong? 100% in the right hands, someone that can really aim on this character, yes. But he does have his vulnerabilities, he does have his weaknesses, and it's a lot more than a character like Hela. I think he's less reliable than a character like Hela with more weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Does he have really high upside? Absolutely. He can dink characters, he can one-shot them, he can deny like Cloak and Dagger ult, mid-ult. There's some nice upsides to it, but with a rather weak ultimate and overall inconsistent uptime and clear vulnerabilities, I'm going to put him in the B tier. The character that has high upside, but maybe not the highest, and does have these weaknesses. But I wouldn't sleep on him quite as much as you did in Season 1 before the patch, because he is just gonna be all around better, harder to duel. Extra HP is always good on a character, so yeah. Now, here's Iron Man, and Iron Man actually did get quite a bit of a buff without the Gamma, which is interesting, and I do actually think that Iron Man was even fine without the Gamma in the previous seasons. I know a lot of people really just slept on him and didn't really respect him, but Iron Man is more tricky to play than you might think, where you have to really think about how you're going to position in a safe spot around natural cover on the high ground. You got to make sure that you're not sucking resources from your team and demanding to be card-pocketed, but you attack from a different angle and you attack with constant pressure, plus you have an ultimate that literally can just one-shot a lot of supports out of their ultimate. So he's really good, and I really do think that his ultimate is just like loads better than the Human Torch ultimate. Doesn't require synergy or combo to be good, and he has a little bit more tools. I actually think that this character is reasonably good, even without the Gamma team-up, and I think a lot of people are kind of sleeping on him. They're sleeping on him quite a bit, and I think he's actually really good and can be played more. Yes, there are powerful counters to you. Spider-Man's annoying, Iron Fist can be annoying, Hela can be annoying, right? But tanks can't really interact with you all that much, and supports can't really interact with you all that much either. So yeah, I actually am pretty high on Iron Man. I'm going to place him higher than other people might place him on their list. I'm going to put him in the B tier. I think he's actually reasonable. I think he's actually good. And yeah, I'm going to put him in the B tier respectively. Now we have Magic, who did get a buff and a nerf. So now her demon isn't going to do as much damage, but she's going to have her ultimate faster. And while this does mess with some of her combos and things like that, what this doesn't do is mess with her core playstyle that is being played mostly now, which is her brawling a lot. She's brawling a lot more on the front line, she's fighting a lot more with her tanks, and then she's looking for core moments to go in the back line. Now she'll be able to get her ultimate faster and kind of cycle off of her ultimate more. So it changes up her playstyle, but it was already a direction that a lot of Magics were playing. It kind of reinforces the playstyle that was already kind of being adopted by a lot of Magics, but she's not really going in the backline all the time, not really going for these one-on-one dive plays. She's kind of playing on the front line a bit more, and this kind of enables that a bit more as well. I think Magic is still very strong. She has a lot of carry potential, and she can really take over a game, but she's not, you know, uncounterable. She definitely has some polarizing matchups, but with a character that had this high of a win percentage and really didn't get changed all that much fundamentally, I don't think that you should be sleeping on Magic. A character that really rewards you for really learning how to play her, but maybe not a character that you can one-trick necessarily. I think you can play her in a lot of situations, but you want to be kind of strategic with what you're banning, things that can shut you down, things like Namor, things like Bucky, but if those things are shut down, then you're much more free to just take over a lobby. And yeah, I really do think that she's very strong. I'm actually going to put her in the A tier. Yeah, character that you should definitely not sleep on. Now we're moving on to Reed, and Mr. Fantastic is a character that did receive some changes. Not everyone loves the changes that he got, and I think they kind of overcomplicated how they were changing the character, where the character doesn't feel like grossly better than he did before. And yeah, and some people are even claiming that he's worse. Whether that's a bug or not is unclear. But really, Mr. Fantastic is not, you know, substantially better than he was. And I think that there are places for him. There are spots for him. He has a lot of uptime. He's hard to interact with. But he's not going to be something that is going to be meta, in my opinion, for any foreseeable future unless someone cracks something very particular. He's really good as an anti-dive character, and I can see him in compositions where he plays a pseudo-second tank, because that's what he is. He's kind of like a second tank. He's like a second brawl tank, but in a lot of cases, I think it's probably just better to just play that second tank instead of playing Reed. And playing two tanks plus Reed, I think, is a little bit too lacking in pressure. You don't have enough offensive pressure to bait out support ultimates and things like that. So, yeah, I don't really get playing him over other things. Can you make him work? Sure, but you could also just make another tank work in his spot most of the time if you're playing him in that tank slot. So I do think he's reasonable, don't get me wrong. I just don't think that he's strong enough to justify, you know, playing over a lot of other characters. And when you have characters that are kind of similar, they play a similar role. I think the Thing kind of plays a similar role to him in a lot of ways, and I would just think that the Thing is going to be better in that tanking slot most of the time. But maybe you can play them together, and there's some interesting brawl styles of play there. I will say that he has potential here, and with some of the new additions to the tanking roster and just the changes in general, I could see some changes that are good, and he's also just, frankly, really good against dive, hypermobility, you know, Venom and Cap compositions he's really good against. I think I'm going to put him at the bottom of B, but I could also make the argument for C as well. I think he's fine. I do think that they should have probably buffed his ultimate a bit more than it was buffed, but at least it's better now, and the character is, you know, he's fine. Now it's Moon Knight, and yeah, I am pretty low on Moon Knight right now. More low than you would think for a lot of reasons. I think his best meta was definitely triple support, which is a meta that we're going to see a lot less of, if any at all. So when you take away his best meta, that's a pretty big deal. He also did receive a nerf that I think was probably necessary because his ultimate was a little bit too strong. But when you take away the triple support where people are stacking, and you take away the best meta, and you enable a meta where things are, you know, hyper mobility, and there's a lot more Psylocke and Star Lords, he's gonna get feasted on a lot. And honestly, he wasn't really winning all that much, even in the last meta. And I really do think that this is probably gonna feel like the worst time for him in general. Can you win with him? Yes. Is he really good in some comps? Yes. But I actually think that this is, you know, a rather weak time for him. And especially if we talk about mid to high elo, he's going to struggle a lot. He really is going to struggle a lot. You're going to get farmed a lot by, like I said, a lot of characters, a lot of DPS. You don't want to fight almost any of them. You really don't want to fight any of them. And yeah, I don't really recommend him as a character you could one-trick this season at high levels. He's a good flex pick to whip out, but this one might be a little bit of a hot take, but I'm putting him in the C tier. I think he's in the C tier, and this is for mid to high elo, but yeah, he's not that great right now, unfortunately. Namor, and yeah, I think a lot of people hear how high I am on this character. I think he is just so reliable at not only denying people that are in your backline, but also just taking really aggressive off angles and just applying a ton of pressure. His projectiles are easy to hit. They do so much damage. I mean, you throw one squid down, hit your primary into your alternate fire, you anger the squid, you just kill someone instantly. That's with one squid. With two squids, they die like, you know, almost faster than instantly. You can kill another person. You have a powerful ultimate that can be comboed with things. You're just really hard to die because you can go invulnerable in your ball. There's so much about him that's just so difficult to interact with for so many characters, and he's flexible and good in multiple different styles of play, and that's even without the Luna Synergy. I think even without the Luna Synergy, he's like an A tier pick. With the Luna Synergy, he's like a freaking S tier pick. This character's so strong. I really do think that he's also the strongest DPS to play across like almost all low elos and even into the high elos. Like, he's just good. Like, he's so dominant in every rank. I really cannot stress how good this character is, and you don't even need great aim to access what is so much impact on this character. But you got to make sure that you're changing up how you're playing depending on the composition. If you're sitting in your back line and they're playing freaking hella Bucky, you know, and just spamming, you need to go on further off angles. You need to challenge further off angles. You need to get value out of the fact that you could set up a lot of pressure from an off angle, and you're hard to flush out of these positions. If you're just sitting in your back line, you're going to lose in the head-to-head to characters like Hela that are better at you at spamming from range. So, you know, if you're up against like a Black Panther, you can sit in your back line and shut him down, but it has to change depending on what you're up against. So that's really important. But if you understand that fundamental and you know how to do that and change your play style, Namor is insane. He's so freaking strong. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of Luna Snow bans, and it kind of messes with Namor as well. We're also seeing direct Namor bans, but in a world where neither of them are banned, you should be playing them 100%. It's so freaking good. It's just so good. Next up is Psylocke, and Psylocke is a DPS that is so freaking strong. A character that did fall a little bit behind when we talk about the triple support meta, and I really think that's just because the ultimate wouldn't get consistent value. It was hard to assassinate things when there was just so much ample resources. Although she could still get value. She had high actions per minute. She could still get value in that regard. Psylocke is just really great right now. Being able to attack from multiple directions, good with a variety of compositions, either playing on the front line to just apply pressure, or going in the back line and going for assassinations and diving with your team, your mobility heavy tanks. There's a lot of versatility in her kit, and she's also really good against flyers. Perhaps the best character against any flyer, because you can fight them from a weird angle, and you have hit scan fire. So, you know, whether it's a Storm, an Iron Man, you know, a Human Torch, it doesn't matter. Psylocke's really great there. So I actually just want to put this character in S tier. I think that she's that good, and she's been slept on for too long. A lot of people can't play her anywhere near her ceiling, and I think that's one of the reasons people are kind of sleeping on her. Similar to we talk about Banner, people just aren't playing them well enough to justify the ban. But I think this character is so freaking good and just can take over a game. I'm going to put her all the way in the S tier. I just think she's that freaking good right now. Now we have Black Panther, a character that has a lot of potential to carry a game. He bursts really hard. He can potentially just kill supports very, very quickly. And yeah, I mean, he's just generally fairly strong at doing this one cycle that's really good. But he does have a lot of weaknesses. There's a lot of ways to interrupt his cycling. There's a lot of ways to kill him during his cycle. There's windows during his cycle that he's vulnerable to crowd control, and he can be outskilled. There are characters like Loki that are hard to play against. There are a lot of supports that are frustrating to play against, like Invisible Woman. There's no regs on the character. There's a lot about the character that I think any Black Panther player will tell you he's not as free value as he seems, and there's a lot of threats to him. Now, if you get great enough with him, you can make him work, but you're really working very hard for some value here. And I think that right now he's kind of struggling more than he has in a while, and he's not the most reliable. So I'm going to put him in the bottom of B. A character that can, you know, pop off and carry in the right context, especially if he has the magic team up. He can really go crazy because you can play much more risky and still get out. But yeah, he does suffer from some of the uptime problems that Iron Fist has or used to have, and it's just way too easy to feed on this guy, even if you're fairly good. And characters like Namor just make your job like a nightmare. Like, it's actually, you know, terrible. Namor, Penny can do it as well. You know, Creed can do it as, I mean, there's a lot of characters that can. So yeah, I'm gonna put him in B tier. He has potential to carry, but a little bit tricky. Now, this is where things get a little strange. Scarlet Witch and is gonna be a weird one. We're also doing Black Widow right after that. Now, this is where things get a little interesting. Scarlet Witch and Black Widow, two characters back to back that I think there's a lot of perception about how these characters are good or bad, and I think that these characters are legitimately better than they seem. Like, they're legitimately better. There are people that kind of dominate these characters. There's a video you can watch on Kenzo's channel of me getting completely bodied by Kenzo's Black Widow. Scarlet Witch, I know, has high carry potential, especially if you have the Magneto team up. It's great. She's actually really good at stopping divers and marking divers. So these characters have legitimate use cases. If you're really cracked mechanically, you can make it work on Black Widow. If you know how to play Scarlet Witch and people don't play the counters to you, high burst damage, you can make it work. But really, these characters, I think, thrive in the ranked environment where people are not trying to counter you. They're not caring to counter you. And if you're really, really good, you can, like I said, you can make them work. But they do lack a lot of the tools to be super reliable and consistent. Still, they can take over a lobby in the right hands. And so I think that I got to give them credit there. But I don't want to place them somewhere really high to just say, like, these characters are meta representatives, they're strong, whatever. I think you could probably maybe justify the bottom of B. I'm going to put them at the top of C, and you might be like, Mills, why are you placing these characters so low? I want to make it clear. I think these characters are much better than a lot of people think these characters are. I really, really do. I understand Scarlet Witch can completely shut down, you know, a diver that thinks they can get away, but they can't, and that diver can't interact with a Scarlet Witch. And Black Widow makes characters like Hela and even Hawkeye like fear from range in a way that they just don't normally fear from range and can get burst damage in. But there's a lot of requirements from you to get value at the highest level. Now, Scarlet Witch is a little bit different because I think in most lower ranks, she's actually really, really good. Like, if we're talking about under the diamond rank or even under Grandmaster rank, I'll probably put her in like B, maybe even low A. But if we're talking like mid to high elo, especially high elo, you got to be really, really creative to get to this character to work. You got to be really, really good to get this character to work. That's why there's so few Scarlet Witches. They're not going to be reliably meta, but I do think that that team up does give her a little bit more. So I could probably justify, you know, maybe her being bottom B because of that team up, and it's something that's really common. Magneto's really like it, having more offensive power. But for Black Widow specifically, I think that she's fine in the right hands, but is really she requires a lot from you. And let's be real here. If you're mechanically good enough to dominate a Black Widow, you would dominate way harder on Hela. Like, you can't, even a Black Widow main will tell me that. There's no way that you can deny that. So, yeah, I mean, it requires a lot from you for so little. I still think that she can carry and can dominate in the right hands, but it's going to be dependent on the situation. Scarlet Witch gets a little bit extra plus because of that synergy. I think is really, really good. So yeah, now we're in the Bucky territory. Now, I think before this video came out, I had a video talking about Bucky, talking about how people are really frustrated with the character and what I would do to change him and things like that. But as it stands right now, I do think that this character justifies an S tier pick. And there's a couple of reasons for why he's so good right now. He's just very solid, and he's just good against so many different things. There's so many characters in the roster that he has favorable matchups against, and he's also just a character that is hard to kill. I mean, 275 HP, he's gonna gain 30, or he's gonna gain 40 or 50 depending on his ability, and you know, 2 of his abilities give him 40 shields, and 2 of his abilities give him 50 shields. So yeah, he's really hard to kill, hard to duel, really hard to contest. A lot of tanks really have a very difficult time dealing with him. Whether it's Groot, whether it's Thor, whether it's frickin' Venom. There's a lot of characters that really don't like interacting with him. He has the ability to shut down ultimates towards his ceiling, shut down Eye of Agamotto. There's a lot of DPS that are afraid of him. Even Psylocks have a hard time with him. Magics, Iron Fist, Black Panthers, Scarlet Witches. Yeah, I mean, he's not great against long-distance DPS, characters like Hela, for example, and even Namor to an extent. And he's not great against flyers that can fly really far away because he has fall off with his projectile, and it's just hard to hit from range. But those characters aren't really meta anyways besides Hela. And I think that Hela is a character that kind of keeps him in check. And I talked about this before, but Bucky is a character that got a buff because he was kind of performing poorly in Season 1. And this was the season that Hela and Hawkeye were insanely busted. Very, very strong. 2 characters that are the best at fighting against Bucky. So in a world where both those characters got nerfed going into Season 1, and then Bucky gets buffed, it was probably too much buffs for a character that his 2 biggest ops were getting nerfed, right? And it's interesting how other characters that are predominant in the meta that are good against your main can change how good that character is. So I think that's kind of a classic example of what happened to Bucky, and he probably did get a bit overtuned with some of his aspects, and right now he's just very reliable and very good. You don't even have to be that skilled at him to get a lot of value with him, but if you're really skilled with him, you can kind of take over a game. I will say that with his ultimate, though, not as broken as a lot of people think. You have to be very patient about when you use it, because unlike ultimates like Psylocke's ultimate, for example, you put yourself in a fair bit of risk if they defensive ult or they like pocket the person you're on, because you're flying literally into their team and you could just die, get focused and killed. You don't get to just get out freely. Like if you pop a Psylocke ult and they pop a defensive ult, you cancel, dash away, you're good, right? You're completely safe. So there's not the linear risk here. There is a really high reward, but like whether you kill 3 people with the Psylocke ult or kill 5 people with the Bucky ult, you won the fight anyways. It doesn't really matter. So yeah, anyways, I still think even in spite of that, he's super good, mainly due to all of his crowd control and things like that. But that's enough about Bucky. I'm slotting him in the S tier, kind of towards the bottom. Now Spider-Man did get some pretty interesting buffs here. He got some nice buffs. He moves a lot faster. And I think he's just better than he's been in a while. He's better than he's been in quite some time. He got a pretty substantial buff to his kit, and he just feels better to play. This is why they say don't do business with the buddy hop tech as well. He's good, but he does require someone to be playing him in the right hands. He also kind of requires the right hands, right? He's not good against Bucky. He's not good against Namor. He's really good
having a conversation with them in a certain way. You're not. Sounds like he talked to Highlight about this, and Highlight told him, "Nigga shouldn't be texting this type of shit."
Remember in the previous tier list, I put him towards the absolute bottom. I don't think he's there anymore, but I don't think he's like the most dominant character ever. If we're talking mid to high elo, I would probably put him like low right now is where I'd put him. I think he's reasonable. I think he's okay, but he's not great, and he does have a lot of vulnerabilities and weaknesses. So yeah, I'm putting him in the bottom of B. A character that does reward you for getting really good with them, and you could definitely climb.
I thought he was gonna do the bottom of A.
If you get good enough with them, it's just most likely very hard on the character, harder than it is on other characters to do the same thing with. So yeah, I'm putting him in the B though. One of the things that's the best about him though is his ultimate's really strong, because it gives you so much shield, health. You're going to be able to clutch up moments where other characters can't. You're also good at pulling people off maps on certain maps, so he gets extra bonus points there. So yeah, I'm putting him in the B tier. I think he's actually
You're a creep.
Now,
you're a creep, bro.
He is a character that I am very high on. I think this character is very strong. I think she's really good, and I think a lot of people sleep on her, especially on maps like Tokyo. You're really good at applying a lot of pressure, forcing people out of positions. The Spider-Man team up is busted. I know that's just like a random tidbit, but it's actually so freaking good. You can cancel a lot of ults that way. But really, Squirrel Girl is just a very reliable source of damage. Her ultimate's far better. She's very good in a lot of maps and a lot of points. I think she's an amazing flex pick to pick up. and I think a lot of people sleep on her. She's a character that applies a lot of pressure from range, but she's also really good when people chase her and want to take the fight to her. She can outplay a lot of characters that want to duel her directly. She's fairly good against divers. She can interrupt a lot of characters. She can get free picks. She can apply so much freaking pressure. There's a lot to love about this character. I think there's a lot to love about this character, and I think if more people put time into her, they would realize just how hard she can carry in the right hands. You push up to a choke, your ultimate just can win a fight for you for free. If people push into you or fight you in a choke, it's only a matter of time before they just lose somebody and you just get a free fight win. Yeah, I'm putting her in the A tier. I think she's actually fairly better than like all these characters, even Hawkeye. I think she's actually very, very strong. So I'm putting her in the A tier because it's my list. Star-Lord. Yeah, Star-Lord I'm putting in the S tier. I think Star-Lord is very, very good. He's one of the best DPS in the game. And it's kind of similar to all the reasonings for Psylocke. Capable of being independent, capable of hypermobility, capable of fighting by themselves. The benefit, though, of Star-Lord, and I think the way that he edges it out here, is that Star-Lord is really good right now, especially with the synergy between Mantis and Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock is extremely good right now, and this trio is one of the best trios in the game. Just giving Mantis and Star-Lord free reses is just insanely strong, because like if all of y'all die, y'all can all respawn and get like another fight, another way to contest. It's just so freaking good. Star-Lord is much better in, you know, now that we've moved away from triple support, because his ultimates are just going to be more reliable, and he's going to be able to get more picks in the mid fight. When there's more DPS that are seeing play, he also has more people to duel, which is what he wants. He doesn't want to just be shooting at a glob of HP, which is what he was doing a lot before the patch. And he's good at contesting a lot of flyers and shutting them down. He's also just really good against almost anything. Like, I don't think he has any super bad 1v1 matchups, and he has really high skill expression. So with a good synergy, good consistent ultimate, good consistent dueling capabilities, flexible mobility, there's a lot about him. And similar to what we talked about Psylocke, both these characters are very good, and they can slot into basically any team composition, and only your skill is going to hold you back on these characters. So I would highly recommend them. I think they're very, very strong. You're going to need a good amount of mechanical skill to reach the levels that you need to carry on this character consistently. But yeah, mechanics are important, and if you get those mechanics, you can carry on this character. Now, Storm is a character that has been changed quite a bit. A character that now is not as good at fighting by herself, but is better at enabling her teammates a bit more. She had fall-off damage reduction and some other damage reduction, but she increases the damage of the people that she's near, so she plays better in the group. Does this character still demand a ban? Most likely, yes. Still a character that is ban-worthy, a character that is very, very strong, and I think that she's not much weaker than she was previously, so yeah, she's very strong. However, and I want to make this clear, there's a lot more ways to counter her than there have been in the past. Namor, fairly good against her, actually. Hela, very good. Star-Lord, very good. Psylocke, very good. So when there's a lot of these characters that are really good against her, I actually think that in the mid to high elos, she's not as justifying of a ban as she was in the past. Maybe people will keep banning her. Maybe she's a character that people just don't know how to play well enough to get full value out of because she was banned so much. But really, I think that she's probably still a bit over banned right now. And yeah, I would even go as far to say that she might not even be S tier. Maybe that's a little sacrilege. It's also weird putting so many different DPS in the S tier. I know this entire list is really top heavy. There's so many really strong and viable things right now, so it's hard to place things lower. But yeah, albeit all these DPS are good for different reasons. Like I could drop them all down to A tier, but then we have the same problem. They're all good for different reasons. I think Storm is still very, very strong, but she's not like definitively the best DPS anymore. And I think she has a lot of characters that are good against her in the meta right now. So yeah, still a very powerful ultimate, still consistent damage, and still in against some characters hard to interact with. She's fairly hard to interact with by tanks, so that's a huge plus to the character. So yeah, I'm gonna put her here.
Wow.
But I'm also knowing that I'm gonna add another character to the S tier, so it's a little weird to put more characters.
I downloaded all of those by themselves.
Punisher,
and at the bottom it's
Punisher's
like
strong. I think he's an A tier character, especially if we talk about with the synergy with Rocket, being able to punish Groots, being able to punish Doctor Stranges.
Oh my god.
Being able to punish the Thing, especially very good against the Thing. I think Punisher's just reliable. His shotgun is actually so freaking strong, like just so
I don't know,
freaking
yo.
strong.
I
It's crazy.
think some of them are missing.
Yeah, he's just a
Could've
very
sworn.
reliable form of damage, and he's just really good against tanks. Once again, when you're good against tanks, I gotta put you pretty high up. So yeah. Now we're moving on to Wolverine, and once again, I just have to kind of look at my list and just realize how much I have in the S tier, because I'm about to put another character in the S tier. But I mean, that's just the way it is. Wolverine is an S tier character. Now, will Wolverine be played? No, because he's always banned. He's the character that is most likely the strongest out of all these, because he just demands respect in a way that these other characters doesn't, and he forces the entire game to be played around him. When you have a good Wolverine, your tanks have to play completely different around him, and maybe they just lose to him. So he's just always banned, so it's kind of hard to put him in there. But yeah, I think these DPS are just all cut above the rest. And to be honest with you, Wolverine should be like super S tier. Maybe I put him down here and I put him in this tier, which is the banned tier, because he's banned. That's it. He's banned. Like, he's just so good that he just requires it. If you let Wolverine slip through the cracks, you better hope that there's no one on the enemy team that even kind of knows what they're doing on this character, because if they do, they're gonna bully your tanks over and over again. And there's a lot of tanks that you just can't play against him. Like, if you're a Thing player, sure, but are you gonna solo tank Thing? Because your other tank is gonna get cripped 24/7. So yeah, he's in the ban tier. I think all these DPS are very, very strong, but he's more warping than all these DPS. So yeah, I'm putting him in the ban tier. Now next is Adam Warlock, a character that did receive a massive damage buff and also buff to his soul bond as well. And really, he's amazing this season. Very high DPS, capable of getting pickoffs, capable of contesting DPS, capable of dueling DPS. The only thing that he doesn't have is a lot of up heals or like raw heals. So you can't play him with every support composition. I think like Adam Rocket's a little weird. Adam Loki's a little weird unless you're playing a triple support. But he can be played in triple support. I think if you're gonna play triple support, Adam is like a necessary piece in that composition, or one of the necessary pieces in that composition. But really, Adam is also very good with the synergy. He's just very strong in general. I think he has very high carry potential. And I think that people's perception have kind of warped around Adam, because really Adam wasn't that bad last patch. People just kind of just wanted constant heals, constant ultimates that keep you alive. People just like the feeling of that, but really Adam wins the game by just applying so much pressure. And when you have so much extra pressure, you can force ultimates in the mid fight, you can get picks in the mid fight, and yeah, I mean, Adam's just really great. He kind of adds a whole half of a DPS to your damage output and your playmaking output. So yeah, he's really, really great. Maybe not reliable enough and played in enough compositions to justify an S tier pick, but I think he's very, very good. He does also require great mechanical skill. He's not going to give you any value for free, so you're going to need good mechanics to kind of access his power. Not a reason to put him any lower, but it's something important to note. I'm going to put him in the A tier.
The most annoying part about
That's
making music is
very
having to
strong. I think a
organize
lot of people
all of these
stopped
sounds.
playing her as much when she got the mobility nerf, mainly just due to how she felt, not because of her power. Because while yes, you can't stay alive against everything with her ultimate, other
Oh, she
ultimates
did
kind of
get
got
a
moved
mobility
back
nerf.
in line
That's
a little
crazy.
bit.
She was faster.
expensive now, and even though Mantis did get some nerfs as well, she's still great. And she adds a lot of offensive capabilities in a similar way that we talked about with Adam Warlock. Offensive capabilities are really important because you can just win fights for free. And I know it doesn't feel as good to, like, you know, sometimes when you pop an ultimate and win a fight, it actually doesn't feel as good as popping a Luna Snow ultimate and surviving like a million ultimates being dumped on you. But it's just as impactful. And Mantis is so damn strong. I really can't just kind of deny how good she is and how much carry potential she has. But once again, you need mechanics to access a lot of that. It's not going to be a character that's going to give you any value for free. You also have to have a pretty aggressive temperament. Like, there's actually a lot of DPS players that would get a crazy amount of value just playing Mantis with the DPS mechanics and the offensive temperament, playing a character that has the tools to be aggressive and also get a lot of value with healing as well. I'm putting her in the A tier. She's very, very good, very reliable. Now, Luna Snow, in my opinion, is the best support right now. Kind of undoubtedly so. She's so good with a really powerful ultimate. Yes, it's harder to build now, but it's just lasting so long, which is amazing. Plus, it just gives you the ability to add damage, which can be comboed with stuff like Namor Ultimate, which is really, really good to just one-shot people more reliably. Luna is also just able to heal just so many people, a lot of raw healing, but also being able to give a snowflake to a lot of mobility heavy characters, so she can enable a character like Storm easy, any flyer easy, even characters like Psylocke and Star-Lord, Iron Fist. Like, she's good at all of that, which is really great to have a support that can kind of do a lot of the heavy lifting, and then you can like open up the spot for a more flexible support, you know, maybe like an Adam, maybe like a Mantis, maybe like a Loki. So I really do like that she kind of provides all that you need for her. And then also, she has a really great crowd control. That's a skill base that can deny ultimates. Like, if you get really good with it, you can shut down Eye of Agamotto's, but you could also just completely outplay, you know, Black Panthers in your back line and things like that. And then her synergy with Namor is just a top tier synergy. It's so freaking strong. So you combine all these things together, she is the...
Introducing Vico, Amazon's free all-in-one multi-channel shipping software that saves you time and money. With Vico's rate shopping tool, we'll automatically select the cheapest available shipping rate for every order from carriers like Amazon.
You don't say.
Best
It's out of my
right now,
face.
but she's gonna get banned more because of that. So you're probably gonna have to have another pick in your back pocket to be played when she does get banned. Now, Loki is a character that, while his ultimate is harder to generate now, he did get more bullets in his primary, and that's going to increase his uptime, but really it doesn't matter all that much. Loki was phenomenal previously, and he's still going to be phenomenal. A lot of people are kind of waking up to the value of Loki, how good he potentially is, where you can play a high ground position, keep up your team, apply pressure, make your team almost impossible to dive. You're almost impossible to dive yourself. And then you just have a lot of flexibility with the plays that you're making. You know, you apply so much extra pressure, but you also get to deny so many just even ultimate plays, because Totem is perhaps the strongest single ability in the game. And then you have your ultimate that can be used in a lot of flexible ways. It's not just always best to just be like, I'm going to copy a support ultimate and prolong this fight. There's sometimes they don't have a defensive ultimate, and you're like, okay, I'm just going to go copy a Star-Lord ultimate and just kill them right here and win the fight for my team. I'm going to copy a Storm ultimate and just wipe the enemy team. They don't have any counterplay. Like, understanding when you can just decide to win the fight right now, or maybe you need to prolong the fight to build other ultimates and give your team more time to make a play because the fight isn't going to be resolved so easily. That's a call that you can make, and it's one of the reasons why Loki has so many top 100 players that play Loki and one-trick Loki, because he's just that strong. He's so freaking good. He has such a high carry potential. I would highly, highly recommend you grinding this character. And also, one of my buddies that is an Eternity level Loki, he has a guide on Loki on his channel. I would highly recommend it. I'll put his links in the description down below. So if you really want to learn how to pop off on this character and really learn everything you need to know about this character, I would highly recommend checking it out, because it's just so freaking good. It's so strong. Now, with all that being said, I'm putting him in the A tier. He's also a character like Adam Warlock that can't be played with every composition, but yeah, he's really good in the compositions you can play him with, and he's also great with the Hela Thor Loki synergy. So good. Getting res for free, amazing, especially when you have really powerful abilities like Totem. It just becomes completely insane. completely insane. Jeff the frickin' Land Shark. This is kind of the funny thing about Jeff, is that the optimal way to play Jeff in high levels is kind of to play him like a DPS. And I actually mean that, where you're playing really aggressive off angles or even flanks. You're impossible to kill and interact with. You're applying a lot of pressure, and you're just forcing attention. And if people just completely ignore you, you just like literally build up an ultimate and ult, or you just kill a support. He's like a hyper-mobile DPS. That's what he is. And in a lot of ways, he's just better than a lot of DPS. Like, he's actually legitimately better. I think he's so freaking strong. And yeah, his only real downside, though, is you got to play him in the DPS slot. You can't play Jeff as a support. Like, it's going to be really hard to play Jeff Luna or, like, you know, Jeff Mantis, right? And then your Jeff is always flanking and you only have Mantis heals. It's not going to really work. But if you play Adam, I mean, even like Adam Loki Jeff or like Adam Luna Jeff, then you're playing only one DPS, and then Jeff, he can be really good. And I think Jeff is actually really freaking strong if you think about him as a DPS. Don't think about Jeff as a support. Literally think about him as a DPS. Think about him like he's a Spider-Man, like he's a freaking Scarlet Witch, like Reed is a tank. You think about him in that way, and he's actually good. He's legitimately good. I'm putting him in the B tier because he's actually literally good as a DPS. Like, he's actually better than a lot of these DPS. I think he's actually better than a lot of B tier DPS. So yeah, really, really good. Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger did receive some changes. Now doesn't have the ultimate. It's the same power level as it was before. Harder to interact with, though. You move a lot quicker, and you also can blind people for longer. So that there's buffs to the character. The character has gotten better in some ways and worse in others. Not as meta warping, though. Like, in the triple support meta, she was so meta warping, or they were so meta warping, that it really kind of demanded a pick, and it really warped the meta around them. And when something warps the meta around you, you end up like Wolverine. Like, you end up in the ban tier. But mainly you just end up in a place where you have to be S tier because of the sheer volume of pick rate, right? Cloak is still good, and in a lot of ways is going to feel better to play than they did before, but they are not going to be as meta-defining as they were before. And so I think the character is still very good and phenomenal. I don't want to kind of undersell how good this character is, because they are really, really good, but they're not as, like, just objectively dominant as they were before. So I'm going to put them in the A tier as a character that I think is really, really good, really, really worth playing, really worth learning, really strong, and a great character to flex to because they're not really mechanically demanding. So if you play like a tank, or you play maybe you play a DPS that's like, I don't know, Iron Fist, Squirgle, whatever, something that's not aim-centric, and you want to learn how to play a support, you don't really want to go from like Squirgle to Adam Warlock, right? You don't really want to go from Groot to Mantis. Not really. You want to go to a support that's easier for you to play, and you're going to get more value on them. So I think Cloak is still really good, and in the right hands has probably even higher carry potential than they did last season, but not as meta-defining. So that's my justification for putting him in the A tier and not the S. Rocket. I know I'm kind of hyper-stacking the A tier here. I got to put Rocket in the A tier. I mean, come on. Rocket is still good. He won a lot last season with a really high pick rate. He has still had a really high win rate. And he's just really good. And I keep talking about why he's so good. People wonder why I'm so high on Rocket. And it's really just because when someone gets picked first in a fight, it decides a fight a giant percentage of the time. At least that was true in Overwatch, and I have no reason to not believe it was true in Rivals, where someone dying first on either side is bad, right? Losing an advantage right off the bat. That person's not going to build ultimates. You're going to be fundamentally weaker. You're going to have less pressure. You're going to have less resources. It makes sense, right? So having an ability that is not about, you know, surviving ultimates, or not about denying big plays, but just wiping away a pick that could have cost you the game. And it doesn't even necessarily feel like that did cost you the game, but often it does. When your Spider-Man just runs in and dies instantly, that could just cost you the whole game. You're down one person in pressure. When your Luna Snow gets dove and murdered instantly by a Black Panther, you just lose that fight in a lot of cases. But if you have an Adam Res, you actually can win that fight. And that's why it's so strong, where that BRB can be something that just completely wins you a fight, and you don't even really notice it. People say, what are you doing, Rocket? Well, actually, we had 3 more fights that we wouldn't have had if I wouldn't have been around, right? And also, Rocket is a character that just doesn't die. He doesn't get farmed. A good Rocket has good mobility. He's hard to interact with. He's hard to dive. So when you think about that, a character that's going to have very little deaths and is going to prevent team fight losses just with an ability, who cares about his amplifier? I think amplifier is a fine ability, a fine ultimate, but who cares about it when you're winning fights or you're getting, 4 or 5 more fights in a game that you wouldn't have gotten? You would have just lost. You would have just crumbled if you didn't have BRB. I think people just really underestimate that, and I want to make it clear that I think Rocket is great. And then, not to mention his synergy with characters like Bucky, with characters like Punisher. You gotta give credit where credit's due. Rocket is an A-tier support. I really do think he is. Last up, Invisible Woman. Invisible Woman stocks have massively risen. I do understand that Invisible Woman got her ultimate nerfed. Not as easy to charge, but nothing else about the character has gotten changed. And the character has already kind of proven herself to be very, very good. And Invisible Woman is a character that is just insane against so many different things. Whether you're shutting down a Wolverine, whether you're denying an enemy DPS play, whether you're messing up, a dive, whether you're pushing away Aya Bagamoto or pulling tanks in and out of position so that you can potentially kill them, to shielding your flyers or shielding your DPS that are taking duels, or ulting, and you have a very good ultimate, a very reliable ultimate. You're also very hard to kill because you can go invisible, and you can do a lot of damage as well as doing a lot of heals, and you can fulfill the burst tier capacity. I think Invisible Woman is fantastic. Okay, all right, no pun intended. But this character's great. This character's so good, and one of the best supports in the game. I think she's top 2, and yeah, she's just so good. A lot of people have been sleeping on this character, but I really do think that she provides everything that you could want out of a support and more. And yeah, I think she's an S tier character. And this is kind of my definitive list for mid to high elo. I think that you could justify the movement of a couple of these characters depending on the rank you're in and depending on the skill level. Like, we could move some of these characters down and some of these characters down or up or whatever, but really, this is my list. And I think it's fairly accurate as far as what is played, what is strong, what is viable. And really, if you have any questions, concerns, or disagreements, I want to hear your opinion about it in the comments down below, because I know I'm objectively correct. No, I'm just kidding. But sorry if I sounded a little off in this video. I am still sick. I'm recovering. I hope I recover soon fully.
I hope y'all
I'm
learning.
really tired of being sick. And I've been sick for...
Because I'm learning. I've been focused on creating Magneto into, decent tank. Definitely will check that out. Okay. That happens sometimes. It's nothing that I cannot fix. I don't know if it's... I'm pretty sure it's the medium mod. The medium mod, it acts kind of funny sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. Not my favorite thing to deal with. Not my favorite thing to deal with, but... Whoa, this is kind of crazy.
I'm willing to bet my own money that if you throw this garbage away off your charts and try my new way of trading, I can turn you profitable in just 8 weeks.
Okay.
How much money I get? I don't think there's a haircut out there that's worth $100. I don't give a fuck. Who you cut, you can cut. I don't give a fuck if you cut motherfucking Thanos. I don't care. I don't ever, bro, I'm sorry, bro.
I charge what I charge as a barber for a list of reasons. And the list of reasons goes way deeper than just the fact that you're getting a nice-ass haircut, you feel me? The first reason is I'm a professional. I put blood, sweat, and tears behind what I know, so I actually know what the fuck I'm doing, you feel me?
First of all, let me say this. If you're paying $100 for a cut, your lifestyle should reflect that, right? Like, you shouldn't be paying $100 for a cut and living check to check. You shouldn't be paying $100 a cut and trying to figure out how you're going to pay for your date. You shouldn't be getting $100 haircuts if you're out here struggling to make child support payments. or struggling to make car payments or struggling to make any type of payments for that matter shouldn't be, dog. I'm not against it, but I'm definitely not for it. And I feel like this guy here is saying some really heinous shit right now. I'm not even gonna lie, but we're gonna keep it going. See how everything is inside of this. Ty Buggy Podcast. All right, cool. Let's see what you're doing. See what's up.
I remember as a kid, my mom used to send me to the barber shop with like $12, you know, an extra $2 for the tip. And you know, the barber, he wouldn't bat an eye, he wouldn't complain, he was always friendly when I went there. Life was so simple. As I got older, the prices kind of increased a little bit, which made sense. My head got bigger, forehead extended a whole lot. So, you know, the prices went from like $15 to like $25. When I was in college, that was the first time I ever paid $25 for a haircut, and I just remember thinking, damn, like, prices done went up. Like, I mean, it done doubled since I was a kid. Those days are over. Now, barbers are charging $25 to $40 for just a lineup. Ladies, if y'all don't know what a lineup is, that's just making a line along this edge right here, all right? And an actual haircut can easily go for $45 to $100. And most of these barbers call themselves celebrity barbers. You might see them on Instagram a lot. It's like the more followers they get, the more they charge you. Which, I mean, I kind of understand supply and demand. These celebrity barbers have messed the game up. So recently, Casanet had something to say about the new prices, and now people are calling him broke. Listen to this.
How much money I get? I don't think there's a haircut out there that's worth $100. I don't give a fuck. Yo, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care who you cut. You can cut. I don't give a fuck if you cut motherfucking Thanos. I don't care. I don't ever, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
Thanos
I don't give the barber world. I don't know who the barber world is and shit.
I don't know who the barber world is.
But deep down inside, I truly feel like $100 is crazy, gang. I think it is. No matter how much equipment is being used. No, probably. I don't know for bald niggas. For bald niggas, it might be different, cause you might need to add like treatment and shit. And I understand house visits, cause you know gas and shit. Nah, damn, wait, hold on now. Hold on. That's a real nigga combo. Wait, hold on though. House calls is crazy because of gas and shit. And plus they gotta like put you in the schedule and shit.
For y'all that don't know, Casanet has over 100,000 subscribers on Twitch that are subscribing for at least $5 a month. Now, I mean, so the dude is covering at least 250,000 if Twitch is taking a cut a month. And for him to say, yo, $100 is too much, that tells you it's not the money that's the problem. It's the principle. Because let's be honest, have the cuts really gotten better? Like, are you getting some type of haircut nowadays that you just couldn't get back in the day? Or are the barbers just really good at using enhancements? And I ain't gonna lie, by using enhancements on every cut, I feel like you're just a really good painter. And you've learned how to really blend the paint. But what happens once I take a shower? The haircut is gone. So now I done paid $100 or $50 for a haircut that didn't even last me 3 days. Or only last me 3 days. Like, I can't wash my hair. Like, why can't I wash my hair after getting $100 cut? If I pay $100 for a haircut, I should be able to do whatever the hell I want to do after the haircut, and it should still be there. But nah, y'all are painting on haircuts and then saying, yo, I need $100. Why? Because you cut some celebrities? Then once you wash off all that enhancements, you realize he barely even touched your hairline, or he might have pushed it back.
Listen, to all the barbers out there, right? I got to ask y'all a question, right? Who the hell told y'all can charge $40 for a shape-up? Who told y'all that? $40 for a shape-up. Who told y'all can charge $50 for a haircut?
That's wild.
Like, why is this getting normal in the community? $50 for a tip fade? Bruh, $40 for a what am I paying $40 for a shape-up for? I'm in the chair for 10, 15 minute max. Then the shape-up don't even be lasting too long. I'm gonna be right back next week. The shape-ups might last 2-3 days. $40. This is not the pandemic no more. We can go back to the regular prices again, all right, y'all? Y'all got a little too comfortable charging people all this money for these damn shape-ups. Now, 2020, we understood it was a pandemic. People was getting sick. We understand that. But just because you got gold clippers and black gloves do not mean you can charge these prices. They cut one local famous guy in the city, and all of a sudden, there's some people paying $60. Bro,
That dude made a great point. Why am I paying the same price for a low taper as a high fade all around my head? One requires probably 20 minutes of work. The other one requires maybe an hour of work. Why isn't there different prices based off the haircuts? This is what makes me feel like it's robbery. Because I never see a barber be like, oh, bro, you're not even getting that much, bro. You ain't even got to pay that much. See, if barbers kind of looked out for their clients the same way they be having full conversation, acting like we friends and stuff, if they had like a breakdown of how much they charge per haircut, instead of just charging a set amount no matter what their haircut is, clients would be a lot more loyal to their barbers. Because they know that their barber's gonna look out for not only their haircut, but also their pockets. And it don't feel like, oh, you're robbing me and finessing me out of my money, but you're barely giving me a haircut. Like, why is a dude with dreads paying full price for haircuts? He only has to cut right here, and maybe the back. That's it, and then he gets a lineup. Probably lasts like 15 minutes to cut his hair. Why is he paying full price for a haircut?
I'm not gonna say who it was, but this barber in Brooklyn charged me $70 for a fade and half a shape up, because I don't get my top lined up. Like, as y'all can see, I pretty much have a full I have a full hairline. Like, I don't need to fucking do a lot to it. I asked her at the end, oh, good looks, how much? I'm thinking I'm about to tip her. She said $70. What? All right, cool, got you. Never came back. I maybe went there like one more time, and she charged me $60. I was like, all right, cool, I'll pay the $60, because I just couldn't get to my barber at the time. My barber was out of town or whatever. But yeah, bro, it's getting out of hand. I got locks. I mean, he's not wrong. He ain't tripping.
That's robbery.
Every haircut isn't worth $50 to $70. Y'all should start charging them based on what you have to do to your client. Like, for example, the person that comes every 2 to 3 weeks to get a low taper and have the wave showing, why is he paying $50 versus a person who only comes every time he needs an event and you gotta cut down a bush? Charge that person $100, but your loyal person that comes every 2 weeks, he should only be paying $20, because last I checked, if you're lucky and you have good genetics, hair only grows half an inch a month. So what are you really doing? Stop giving everybody fucking enhancements. Make that an extra charge for the people that want to pay for it. If I walk in there and ask for a low taper fade and show the waves, that's $20. That's a 10-minute fade, especially if my hair is already fade length from the last 2 weeks. Y'all charging based on your feelings and what you think you're worth and not what you actually are. Every haircut isn't worth $50 to $70.
Everything he said was facts. But let's see what these $100 haircuts look like. Let's see if they're worth it. Comment below if you think these haircuts are worth $100.
Man. Hey, y'all come tap in with Kobe Cuts. He gonna get you right every time. And that boy not lying. I'm finna bless my cousin up with a $100 mid taper. Let's get active. After combing his hair out, I'm throwing in my first bald line. Setting ourselves up to get this fade nice, blurry, and blended. After finishing the first side, I gotta follow those same exact steps around this whole entire head, making sure all these fades is on point. After getting his fades together, it's time to put a crispy line on that back tape. That line always gonna make the fade pop. I'm throwing that freeze spray on the lineup to make it stick. And as always, after hitting the back, it's time to hit the front. Hey, yo, pause. Starting in the middle, we're taking our time going from left to right, making sure we keep everything even and symmetrical. Can't forget to show some love to them C-cups. Then we throwing that pencil on there to make that lineup pop. Going over that lineup one more time to ensure this lineup is crispy. And y'all know we can't forget to slice that boy with the razor. That razor gonna take this cut to the next level. And it's all natural. Man, it's your boy Kobe Cuts. Follow me for more haircut videos.
Just left my barber shop, guys. What would you rate this cut?
Here's what I would say about $100 haircuts. Most of the barbers that are telling you that they're charging $100 a haircut are not getting $100 a haircut. They tell you that because it looks good on the internet and it makes you want to click on their page. But most of them, they ain't getting it like that. And even if they are charging $100 a haircut, most of them are sitting around. Now, there are barbers that are getting $100 a haircut, but again, those are barbers that are very good at their craft, good customer service, and they've built up enough of a demand to get to the spot where they have a bunch of people that pay them $100 a haircut. What barbers have to understand is they don't have to get paid $100 a haircut to have a very good career, make a lot of money, and be financially set as a barber. It doesn't have to be something that you do. And the truth is, most barbers
If you're
aren't.
charging $25 per haircut and that haircut takes about 30 minutes, you have clients coming in back to back, right? You just made $50 an hour. $50 an hour times, let's just say, as if you was doing this full time, 8 hours a day, times 40 hours out of the week. That's $2,000 in a week, times 4, that's $8,000 in a month, times 12, that's $96,000 in a year. That's still some really good money. You're right there at making 6 figures. So why do y'all have to charge $40 as if you wasn't making good money at $25 a cut? I feel like you was probably getting more.
Wait, so let's do the math, right? $25 a cut. He said $96,000 a year. That's 4 times. That's 4 times the amount. Y'all niggas is trying to make as much as a fucking middle executive. Not middle management. Middle executive. That's $384,000. Y'all bugging out. Y'all out your minds. Out your fucking minds.
Or clients too when you had the $25 a cut. I gotta fix that light back there. But let's see why barbers are saying they charge so much money.
I charge what I charge as a barber for a list of reasons. And the list of reasons goes way deeper than just the fact that you're getting a nice ass haircut, you feel me? The first reason is I'm a professional. I put blood, sweat, and tears behind what I know, so I actually know what the fuck I'm doing, you feel me? Like, I'm professional enough for real to where you can sit in my chair not knowing what the fuck you want to get, and I know what questions to ask and how to pick your brain in the right way to find out what we gonna do with your head and what's gonna look best at the end of the day, what you gonna walk out with feeling the happiest.
I mean,
Number 2, I'm an engaging ass barber, bro. I'm one of them barbers that'll sit here and really engage with the clients. Like, if you come in there and you don't feel like talking, I'll catch the vibe and I'll shut my ass up and I'll just cut your hair and do what I do. But at the end of the day, straight out the door, what you gonna get from me is straight nothing but engagement. You gonna get my complete attention, my complete focus. You can talk to me about anything. Anything that you tell me is gonna be confidential. It's like you sitting there talking to a therapist and a homie at the
If he focusing on my haircut, then that's what's up. That's cool. That'll give you a tip. You gonna get a good tip. You charge me $30. I pay $30 right now for all my haircuts, damn near. I'll give you a $15 tip on top of that if you cut my hair really, really, really good. You making $50. Making $50 off of me.
Same time. Like, real life, you can sit in my chair and tell me you just got done blowing somebody's top off, and if you get arrested, just know it wasn't me. I ain't snitch on you, bro. Trust me, you paid me for that reason.
Bro,
there's a whole bunch of other reasons, but the last one I'm gonna give y'all is just because I actually run my
So
business.
if I didn't pay you $100, you gonna snitch on me, my boy? Come on, son. Come on, son. Come on, son. That wasn't even a reason for real. It wasn't even a reason for real, fam. Oh, I'm almost done. Thank God. Hopefully I can get it. That was weird. One of these joints. Oh,
It's like a
my
business
bad,
should be
guys.
run in the first place. Everything is professionally set up. You don't have to wait on a text back from me or a response from me. You can go on a website and look at whatever time you want and book that time and walk in, and I'm gonna be there. If I'm late, I'm gonna make up for it. If you're late, you're gonna make up for it. I do deals, I do promos, I do
You're
giveaways.
gonna make up
If
for
you got
it.
your own business that needs support, and
You don't do deposits, my boy?
Mine. Like, this is real life, a whole
$100 haircuts. You're not doing deposits, like no $20 deposit. If I'm late, just take my deposit. Non-refundables.
community that I got going on. That's why I charge what I charge in the first place. So all these people out here talking about, oh, $50 a cut, $100 a cut, that's too much. You got to see what you getting for that price.
Pay attention to nothing he just said has anything to do with the haircut that you're gonna get. He said you're gonna get great conversation. Like, he really emphasized how he's a therapist in the chair. Granted, who doesn't like, good conversation when they feel like talking? Now, I mean, he's gonna stop talking if he catches the vibe. Bro, this is all just common decency.
Facts.
I should not be paying for convo. I should not be paying for you to run your business as a business. You should just be running your business as a business. What does that have to do with the quality of cut that I'm getting? I ain't hear nothing about that. Okay, you know what you're doing. You should know what you're doing. You're a barber.
Duh.
If I'm paying for a barber to cut my hair, I should be getting a barber to cut my hair.
Yo, real shit, the only thing that he said that made sense internally to me is the fact that, dang, I can't even remember what he said. Oh yeah, he gonna talk to you about what kind of haircut you want. That's a consultation. That's styling consultation. He could actually charge separately for that. You feel me? And I mean, if he wanted to build his business around that, that would make a lot more sense for him to charge a premium. It's like, yo, you're getting a image transformation. He's looking at you, looking at what you've done in the past. Maybe you're giving him some pictures. Maybe that is what he's taking to analyze and think about what's trending right now, what's a vibe right now. Because he's a barber, he should be more into that barber stuff, right? But like anything else besides that, it was just like he over here venting. He like, yo, they don't want to pay me $100. Man, I do so much work. I'm a hard worker. I get things done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always try to connect with my peoples and my customers. Bro, you're supposed to do that. Every entrepreneur in existence has had to connect to their people, connect to their audience. Like you think you special or something? Like, what's up?
My hair. I shouldn't have to pay extra for a barber to cut my hair. You're a barber. And look, man, I respect it. I know y'all gotta pay overhead and stuff. Y'all done 5 times the cost, but are given the same product. Or y'all are using all these enhancements to hide the actual product. Listen, man, I'm gonna just say this to all the guys out there. Y'all do what I'm doing. Learn how to cut your own hair. It's not gonna be perfect. I mean, learn how to use enhancements. A lot of y'all going to the barbershop use enhancements anyways. All you gotta do is get you a little business card, put it in the corner. Now, I mean, make sure that the spray is far from your head and spray it. And you'll see how easy this stuff is. You'll be like, yo, I really paid $50 to $40 for this. Going to the barber more than once a month. Or if you're like me, you probably go only time you go to the barbershop is when you got something going on, like Valentine's Day is coming up. Okay, I gotta look real good for my lady, you know what I mean? Like, but other than that, learn how to cut your own hair to just maintain yourself throughout the weeks, because paying $40 to $100 multiple times out of the month is crazy. Getting a haircut is a luxury and groceries are a need. Getting a haircut should not take away from the pot of getting groceries. And groceries are already expensive as it is. So fellas, I'll just say this, save you money for yourself and save money for when you have sons. Learn how to cut hair yourself. Hey man, it's been your boy Ty Boogie. Comment below. I don't think Casanat was bugging at all. Haircut prices is way too high. Inflation done got to the barbers as well. And it's crazy because the barbershop used to be one of the best places in the hood to just go chill. Now you gotta go in there and it feel like dude taking all your money and finessing you out of conversation. Like, bro, nah. I might as well go to the strip club for this.
Yeah.
Cause they gonna do the same thing, finesse me out my money. Anyway.
Yo, I can't. He's hilarious. He's hilarious. Oh, nah, my boy was OD hype about this game.
بيتي حارتي
My boy was
شارعي
wild hype about this game.
مدرسة.
So IGN today published a review of a game. Let's see it.
After the massive success of both Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise, it makes sense that Capcom would do whatever it can to welcome that wider audience into the next frontier. That's exactly what Monster Hunter Wilds does, smoothing out the already excellent process of turning big scary dragons into silly little hats to be faster, more flexible, and less fiddly than ever before.
Yeah.
The other side of those dual blades, however, is that Wilds is light on any real challenge, even for what I'd expect at launch. Never ask more flexible and less fiddly than ever before. The other side of those dual blades, however, is that Wilds is light on any real challenge, even for what I'd expect at launch, never asking me to think hard about my equipment. But while the monsters may not pose much of a threat this time around, smart tweaks to combat still mean the act of carving them up has rarely felt better.
Where's his video of him killing Arkveld on the beta? Did he do it? Did he stream himself killing Arkveld on the beta? He didn't do that, did he? There isn't one. Okay, I didn't think so.
My first surprise in Wilds was that the campaign isn't just a totally forgettable excuse to kill anything that crosses your path this time. Okay, it's still mostly that as you explore yet another uncharted land to solve some mystery, but while the story itself isn't particularly fresh, the difference here is that the characters within it are actually pretty great.
Well, yeah, the girl's hot. That's what's That's what matters.
The excitable engineer Gemma.
We are so gonna talk later, pal.
Your empathetic handler Alma.
Oh, but I've definitely heard of him.
Or the total space cadet of a biologist, Eric.
This forest is amazing.
Your team is full of likable personalities and little character arcs throughout the gorgeously animated cutscenes.
See? Told you they'd be fine.
And that was enough to get me more invested. The revamped structure of Wilds also means that campaign is significantly shorter than I was expecting. I reached the credits in just 15 hours and didn't have to fight a single monster twice in that time, getting enough materials from any initial encounters to keep my gear up to snuff and jump right from one mission to the next.
Okay.
When you compare that to the 40+ hours it took to see the end of the story and world, it feels like the intent is to allow more people to quote-unquote beat Wilds. And
That's egregious.
When did I beat the game? Like, is there a playlist for this? I beat the game. So if I add in all the time that I played the game, 5 hours plus 4 again, plus 4, plus 3, plus 2, I mean, yeah, I guess it was like 25-hour campaign. Yeah, I would say it took a little bit longer, but like including stream stuff, I don't think that's necessarily too much different. Yeah, I don't know, guys. That's not counting all the grinding you did? Yeah, sure. Let me go back. I fucking lost it. Where'd it go? There it is.
I certainly appreciate how that shift toward approachability might appeal to anyone who's been traditionally intimidated by the series.
Yeah, sure.
But as a veteran, I can't help but be a little disappointed that I literally didn't get knocked out once in that entire time. There's never a skill or armor testing wall of a monster that forced me to really consider my equipment choices more deeply in order to earn the reward of a hard-fought victory. Avoiding spoilers.
I just don't know. Like, I mean, I don't know about this, bro. Like, you did the demo on an overtuned monster for hardcore players. They got the previous version of the full game, which is probably an easy version for the reviewers. Yeah, maybe that's it.
There is, of course, more to do once you get past the credits. That's where the larger changes Wilds makes to the traditional Monster Hunter loop really start to shine.
Okay, let's see it.
Gone are the days of returning to a separate town between every hunt, then going down the same checklist of tasks before you're ready for the next one. Pretty much everything you need is out in the field with you, and you're never more than a lickety-split loading screen away from whichever beautiful area you want to be in.
That's nice.
Convenient adjustments are all over the place, like food buffs being tied to a timer now that sticks around between hunts.
After you
It
die.
doesn't even tick down while in camp, making a previously repetitive process substantially smoother without removing the depth it added to hunts.
That's true. That's true. That's an improvement for sure.
The roaringly successful result of those changes is that a vast majority of the friction past games could produce as you start and stop and restart between every encounter has been removed. Now you can just check your map for monster information and go hunt. The monsters you'll face are also...
I think that's a good and a bad thing. Like, for example, I think it's really good that you have, like, auto-crafting, and this is in Monster Hunter World. Like, if you have potions and you loot honey, it will auto-craft them into max potions or mega potions, whatever they are. And, like, you have other things that are, like, kind of... Like, because I think Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be that game where... Because I'm comparing this, like, a lot of this criticism is actually very similar to the criticism that people had for Elden Ring. Is that with Elden Ring, a lot of people said that a lot of the base game was actually very easy and it wasn't challenging to them hardly at all. And so now I'm thinking about this from that context, and I'm like, well, I don't necessarily know. That doesn't necessarily make the game bad. Customization Wild, Elden Ring was hard. I mean, I don't know. I didn't really think so that much, but like that's also as somebody that I played all the other ones.
Generally excellent. That could be a flashy newcomer like the flamenco-inspired Lalabarina.
Yeah, this one looks really cool.
Or Wild's headliner Arkveld and its chain-like appendages.
Yeah.
But the true stunner has to be New Udra. The tentacles of Monster Hunter's first octopus-like creature can be as unpredictable to contend with as you might expect, especially when they're literally on fire. And the satisfaction of severing every single one of them over the course of a hunt is second to none.
Yeah, no doubt. That's awesome.
The appeal of Monster Hunter's fights has always been how it empowers you with flashy moves and hard-hitting attacks. But knowing when to strike and where to stand...
This is a Final Fantasy-based game that reminds me a lot of Shadow Colossus. I don't know, like... It's the shading, it's the way that they're doing these particle effects. It's just a lot to look at and deal with. I love Shadow Colossus. I was not a fan that much of like the way that they set up their particle physics and all that stuff. It was just, yeah, it was too much haze. Like, it was a lot of haze.
How the monster will behave next is just as important as figuring out which buttons to press.
That's true. He's right.
That's true in Wilds too, but combat is also more flexible and forgiving here. For example, you can adjust your footing a little more mid-combo, resulting in fewer moments where a mistimed attack with a long animation had me embarrassingly slicing at the air.
Which is a huge improvement, by the way. Massive, gigantic fucking improvement. Because Monster Hunter Worlds, it is a very clunky game. And, like, it's not like that's necessarily a bad thing, but at the same time, yeah, the focus mode and everything else, like, having focus mode and then having a lot of defensive, reactive gameplay that they added, like with the parries and the perfect parries, and then also with there's one more I'm thinking of, the clashes. Like, that's something that allows people that are fans of action combat games to get into Monster Hunter early while still maintaining the ceiling for the game, because the best players will, of course, be the ones that don't even need to do that in the first place.
If you have ever wanted to land a 100 to 150K a year fully remote career in as little as the next 4 months, listen up carefully. And before you run away thinking this is too good to be true, it all comes down to skill acquisition, as with anything. In the workforce, you get paid for what you're able to do for a company and how valuable it is for them to have your skill set in their organization, and how hard it is for them to find that skill set. And one of the most high-paying, yet achievable skills to learn today is the ability to run ads on social media platforms just like this for companies. Colleges just don't teach it, so companies cannot find talent who can actually do this, but they have to find it in order to survive in this digital age. Because right now, most of their advertising budget goes to outdated methods like cable, newspaper, and magazines. And when was
In many ways, the combat feels like it's all about the new wound system this time. Wounds open up once you deal enough damage to a given body part, and then you'll deal extra damage when attacking. But deal enough damage to a wound and it'll break, resetting that spot. Every weapon also has a simple to execute focus strike that will deal a burst of damage to a wound and break it right away. So maximizing the amount of time you leave one open and then using that finisher before it closes naturally is an interesting subgame to manage.
Sure.
Or at least it would be if Wilds ever presented me with a challenge that pushed me to make those considerations. Whether I was playing online or solo, I've never had a mission reach the 20-minute mark, and I've only fainted 2 times total across dozens of hours. Compare that to World, which had real tests like Kieran, who smacked me silly my first couple of attempts, forcing me to...
Didn't Kieran get added later on in the game? Like, I don't remember, like, I heard that it was added after launch, but I could be wrong about that. It was in the game baseline? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know.
Regroup and craft an armor set around thunder resistance, and it's hard not to feel like Capcom's desire to make this...
Is it possible that maybe this guy just sucked? Because, like, the first time I fought the Kieran, like, I even fought the Arc-Tempered Kieran, I killed it my first try. Like... you're so biased? Really? I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't think so. Like, yeah.
Some more inviting gear, Monster Hunter sanded off some of the bumps I actually...
I've been on Shopify from the beginning. The platform is just never a worry. Like, I have so many worries, but the platform is never one. I feel like Shopify really thinks about how they can optimize. It just always feels very ahead of the curve.
So I'm not sure if y'all saw. Well, y'all heard it. There was no sound in that production. That was wild. But I forgot to unmute my
internet continues to
microphone.
get weirder by the day. We've covered a number of different things, ranging from actual human beings trying to operate as
But this is
NPCs.
wild though. This is really
Some
cool.
been very.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they're talking about a streamer that's fake. Like fake, like, you know, like, you're not able to, like, see them or meet them in real life because they're a computer program.
Very successful. Pinky Doll's gone on to reality television.
Most people know me from TikTok.
Yo, ice cream so good. Yes, popcorn. Yes, popcorn.
I was making 100K a month.
Stop it. Do you see this? That Miles Morales dude has gone on to be on Kaisenat stream.
Wow, is that a galaxy? I enough of those. I might make it back to my own universe. Whoa! Let's not do that again. Whoa! It's like I went through a wormhole or something. Pretty sure I'm still in the same universe.
And and a number of different people literally feeding their families off of being an NPC on TikTok. Then you had the introduction of that AI necklace, I believe the friend necklace.
I don't know how to woo very good. That's fair.
The fuck you mean? At least we're outside. I'm outside. You're not even real. Where you press a button, you speak into the necklace, and then you get generated text messages based off of what it was that you were talking about. Then to the Doja Spice page that I found on Instagram, where there was an AI influencer that would generate some sort of explicit photos on their Patreon, to where literally you got people paying to see AI generated scantily clad clothing. Lo and behold, this is an artificial influencer. First and foremost, how the fuck you gonna be an influencer if you're not even a real person? Who are you influencing? But then now I think I may have stumbled upon some of the most bizarre findings in AI, because it appears that we're soon gonna have AI streamers? What? Oh, hell no! That's hell no! This not even a real person. Look at her hand. It's going crazy on top of the keyboard. Then look at this lady doing an unboxing video. How you gonna unbox something when you not real? You got fake fitness.
I had to run this one back. Cause yo, dog,
Going crazy on top of the
she
keyboard.
got
Then look at
3
this lady
arms.
doing an unboxing
She got 3
video.
arms,
You
man.
unbox something
What?
when you not real. You got fake fitness influencers. You got fake beauty influencers. She's not a human being. Make it make sense. As a streamer, there's gonna come a point in which donations, subscriptions, memberships is gonna come across. You're gonna have people becoming a member to a motherfucking AI? That's crazy. That's like a robot trying to pose as a homeless person on motherfucking Skid Row.
Spare some change. Leave me alone, I don't have any change.
As a streamer, you have to be relatable. There's moments in which you have to talk to the audience about things that you have experienced. What the hell is an AI gonna talk to people about what they experienced? Today, I was programmed to come onto the platform and talk to you. Look at the clothing that they chose for me. Take a look at these AI generated breasts. Aren't they voluptuous? For only $9.99, you can become an exclusive subscriber on my own. Nobody wants to see that shit!
And now, a word from our sponsor.
Alright, so boom. There's many memories from my childhood that I wish I could relive, like going to the store, getting a brand new pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards in the hope of getting a holographic card or a legendary card. But what if I told you you can now recreate that same feeling with Arena Club slab packs? Arena Club slab packs are revolutionizing the repack game with transparency. After your pulls are revealed, they'll immediately be placed in your vault for safekeeping or trading and selling. You can have them officially graded by the Arena Club. With slab packs, it's possible to score gem mints for a fraction of their retail price. And with Arena Club, new slab packs drop every Tuesday and Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Arena Club is the only repack that provides real value, a complete view of all possible cards, and a clear hit rate for each one. I was able to pull a mint Justin Jefferson on my very first pack. Keep in mind, Arena Club has a buyback program which offers 80% of the pack's retail value for up to 10 buyback opportunities. And the Arena Club grading process is accurate, fast, and transparent with a full grade rational.
Finally, that was the last one.
Of how
Oh
your
God.
card is scored. So what are you waiting
Yeah,
for?
we
Whether
might,
you're displaying, selling, trading, or buying.
We might go
Arena
on
Club
break
is the best
for maybe
card
like
collecting
an hour and
platform
come back.
for you. So click that link in my
Make
description.
some
Head over to
music today,
arenaclub.com
man.
/chisel.
I'm not
Use
gonna front.
code chisel.
It's looking
and you'll
good.
get
It's
20%
looking real
off
good.
your very first slab pack or card purchase. Again, that's arenaclub.com /chisel.
Yo, fam,
I dare
what
you
you
to
selling?
use our completely free Shopify AI store builder.
I double dog dare
actually-
you.
Use code chisel and you get 20% off your very first slab pack purchase or your first card purchase. Let them know I sent you.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
They're not even real people, bro. It's some sort of AI generated Google VO2 is what I saw in all of the subtweets, but it's starting to get a bit out of hand because I've already known that in content creation, they've created like some sort of AI to where now you can have an avatar of yourself. If you're somebody who produces a ton of videos that require a script, all you need to do is essentially just have yourself record without making too much doggone movements, and then all of a sudden they'll create an AI version of you to create the videos. Here's the problem. Streamers are supposed to be able to go and interact with people in real time. Take, for example, somebody like me. I speak with a lot of enunciation of words. I'm incredibly animated. It's gonna be very difficult to AI me, but there's a lot of people who just sit there chilling all day, who you may think as a viewer is a real person, who might not even be a sentient being.
Dear God, no!
Imagine watching a video on YouTube and you got a creator trying to tell you about their lived experience in an effort to be relatable and connect to you, only to find out they're not even a real person. Wouldn't you feel like you getting deceived? Why are you checking yourself out in the mirror, Miss iRobot? You're not.
I'd feel scammed. I definitely feel scammed.
Real. Now, don't get me wrong. I recognize AI is coming for everybody. But if you're skilled and talented enough, I think you'll be able to endure the wave of AI coming in. Because I think they're really just going to weed out all of the mediocre individuals. But for a streaming perspective, there's a lot of streamers who really just talk to the chat, but don't talk to people individually. Now, if you're grand, like you got a Kai Cenat speeds kind of size of a stream, it's very difficult to address people by name. But if you're on a smaller scale and you can see the names move without having to put the chat into slow mode, you could at least interact with the people who are viewing you in real time. What these AI streamers gonna do? Like, you supposed to be waiting for GTA 6 to drop. Fast forward, tail end of this year, you got an AI streamer playing GTA. Motherfuckers is gonna be able to go and tune in, because I would assume if you got an AI streamer, the aesthetic of the stream is gonna be whatever your imagination wants it to be. So if you somebody on the lower end, you're not gonna be able to create the surroundings and the aesthetic that an AI can simply just conjure up. So you are up the people who trying to figure things out. You on the back burner, bro, because how you gonna be able to compete with something that's gonna have all of the analytics like already installed, things that already got in. Really, most of us never really asked to have influence per se. Really, countless different, YouTubers or streamers who happen to have controversy, whether they done said something, they done showed something, and they got to get out in front of it and take accountability and take a hit for whatever it was that they done did. If you've got an AI streamer, what happens in that scenario? The individual behind the scenes who's running the channel be the person who gets called to justice, but for all intents and purposes, because they're going to be the ones who's unseen, they really not going to take that much of a blow. And furthermore, if you really know what you're doing, you can end up insulating yourself heavily from even being associated to where you have enough checks and balances to where they either cannot find you, or it's going to take a whole lot of work in order to go and track you down. So for the viewers of these AI platforms, it's going to be an incredibly confusing kind of experience. At least I would assume so. Because what the hell are you going to do now? Like, legitimately, children going to be growing up thinking they seeing actual humans, only to find out it's an AI-generated influencer. Now, granted, there's certain sort of tics that could give things away. As always, I've said, look at the hands and look at the mouth. Sometimes you can see some form of fidgety or something that's there to where you can see, oh no, that's not a human being. The thumbs, I guess AI can't figure out thumbs or pinkies in motion. So maybe that's a telltale sign that you're probably not watching an actual human being. But for the children who's coming up, they're just gonna assume everything they see is real, because when we were all children, you didn't think these robots and AI stuff existed. So I am
I don't know about that.
Flummoxed, confused and concerned about what this means moving forward as it pertains.
as a kid growing up, we didn't even have AI. Like we didn't have artificial photorealistic rendering technologies. Like we didn't have that. Like just wasn't a thing, you know?
To social media consumption, because the percentage of individuals who are on their phone is only increasing. I think people average of their screen time is anywhere between like 8 to some 15 some hours. People will go to work, can't even focus at work. They're so doggone overstimulated. They're gonna have their computer opened on one social media app. They're gonna have their phone open on another, and they're gonna have a desktop or laptop on whatever the hell it is that they gotta work at. Unless you're doing some sort of work that requires you to not be on a device and you simply don't got the time, that's really the only possibility you have of a full disconnect. But then even afterwards, once you get off
I
of
went
work,
through this
it's
whole
a possibility you could just be doom scrolling forever.
And
it's getting to a point now where it's just
now
too
I'm
much
missing
fucking
2
technology,
files,
bro,
dude. This
that
is super
everybody got
frustrating.
access to. Because if you're somebody who's operating in tech, you got it. This is what you do for a living, cool. But everybody having access to this shit, every and anybody, it's gonna start to get a bit dangerous, bro. Because as you've always heard throughout your lifetime, too much of anything ain't good for you.
Please! No!
He needs to know how to do.
Renew your card today to continue enjoying the benefits and discounts
Cool
you
dude,
receive
but
when you
yeah,
first
he's
start
not
your card. Visit www.nyc.gov/IDNYC or call 311 and say,
Or is that just a homie playing some cool stuff?
Why not learn how to code? DevSource is the only coding academy out there that teaches you how to earn income while you learn how to code. How do they do it?
Yup. Neutral.
Oh,
You see that? Neutral. What's up, everybody? This is Just Wrong. We're back with another video. And today's a treat. You know, obviously, there's a lot of fighting game betas and alphas. So another one that came out that really piqued my interest is the Hidden Ones. It's the 3D, I guess it's 2D arena fighter, but it really has a lot of traditional fighting game elements. It's not just mash. It's really like, I feel like defense is super strong in this game. They have assists, they have like roam mechanics where you can continue your combos. They have like a RPS system where like strikes will beat blocks and specials will beat strikes and blocks will beat specials. There's parrying, you guys know you love parrying and everything like that. And there's amazing animation of super. So if you guys want to see how cool this game is, because I think this is going to be a game that's going to be in my rotation when it officially comes out, because I like the characters. I need to watch the anime still, so I'm not a fraud. Like, share, subscribe, turn the bell's notification, and let's get into the video. Alright, let's see what rank. Let's go with you, Zhang Chulan, and these three. Let's find a match.
Star slide. Speed, strength.
Yo, this is reminding me of Naruto.
Gotcha.
Key. Yeah, this is definitely giving Naruto vibes.
Oh. Cooked? Yo, we got cooked? Bro, I blocked that. Thunderstorm. Okay. He's my call. A poison dart. Yawn Thunder. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here, baby. Wake up, super. Bro, it's kind of intense right here. Hold on. Lightning.
Overboard, didn't you?
Down to the wire, 5th round. Nice. Cancel. No, wake up ultimate. Wake up ultimate. That's the wake up ultimate. There we
Yo,
go.
why she
Yeah,
out
you
here
gotta
violating
respect my
niggas with
wake-up
kitchen
game.
knife?
Oh my god.
I was just home. I was cooking. These niggas wanted to pop off. I bet.
Oh, this
Give
guy
me
know
2
what he's doing.
seconds. I'll be right out.
This guy nasty with it. Trade?
Take this. You're starting.
Oh no! Oh! Oh, this guy's OD. This guy's smoking me. Oh, I think this guy's smoking me. Damn, what a waste of the ultimate. Oh no! Got chased down too? Damn, that was tough. That was tough. Okay, you need to play more of the mid range.
Oh, man's is nice. He had the combos.
Thunderous blessing. Feel the thunder.
To feel the thunder.
Thunder strike.
Got him there. Got him there. Got him there.
Keep my call. Fountain strike. Ethereal rope. Thunderous.
Yo, why he chipped him to death? That's so
Neutral.
fucked.
You see that? Neutral. We're playing that lame game, bro. Wake up like a scrub. Nice.
Product hunt. Content creators can no longer keep up because we have to make videos for Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, Twitter, TikTok, and even LinkedIn is jumping in on the bandwagon. So any type of creator has to create a sheer amount of content, and that takes a lot of time. But it doesn't anymore with Veed Clips, and let me show you how it works. And here's the time just so I can show you how quick it is. So with Veed Clips, you can instantly repurpose your long form video into a ton of different short form content ready for social media. So you could either upload your video or grab a YouTube link. So let's say I'm Richard Hammond and I don't have a massive team behind me and a huge budget. I could take my already existing content and I can just go to Veed, I paste the link, click on Get Clips, and then here I've got a few customization options. So first of all, I just choose the language that my video is in. I can choose portrait, but if I do want to make it landscape for whatever reason, I can do. There's a bunch of different subtitle styles that are optimized and that are engaging for social media, so I can go and just pick one. And then here I've got video goals. I can either ask AI to pick out the most viral shorts, or it can choose some highlights or
That's okay, actually. I should give myself a speed up.
Inch punch into oblivion. Oh my god.
Alright, it's over. I win this round. Yep, I win this round. GG's. Too much animation. The comeback? Defense. Oh, he tried to sneak.
Yo, shorty with the
Sneak
kitchen
one?
knife is a problem.
Take this. Hidden flora.
Hidden flora.
Shouldn't have interrupted her meal. Like, for real.
The interruption.
Cloud style. Flowing form. Dragon. Gotcha.
Oh my god.
Forces converge. Break. Check this out. Take that. Cloud river. Skill.
Come here, baby. Ooh.
Take this.
Armor. Armor up, baby. This guy just waiting. High latency. I don't have any. What's that? What was that? You saw that? You saw the reactions? He dodged and stepped back in. I said, nah, hold that.
Take that. Thunderstorm.
Whip on block. Whip. Dodge. Oh, I couldn't get a punish there.
Cloud style.
Damn. I went crazy on him.
Take this. Viper style.
Young thunder.
Hidden flora.
Ooh, you saw the sneaking? He tried to block me? I said command throw.
Geopure.
Take that.
No. Oh. Don't worry, top tier's about to come through.
Geopyramid. Thunder rush. Men. Shimen. Tai Chi.
Darn it, I tried dodge. Hey, he poisoned. Oh, he dodged me.
Young thunder.
Beyond thunder.
Geopure. Thunderstorm.
Ooh. Ooh.
Sand in the wind. Thunder.
Come here. Come here. Footsies. Neutral.
Yeah, this dude really loves that.
What's that pose though?
Poison. Like he's out here drugging motherfuckers.
Oh, okay. Ah!
Sources of chi flow through me.
Take this. Viper strike. Take this.
Oh, raising what?
Smooth
Reactions,
switch.
baby.
Link and strike.
Oh, this guy's nasty with it though.
Take that.
Take that. The spacing is pretty intense.
Cloud style.
The chase down?
Viper. Palm strike.
The chase down? You saw the
No, that was like an infinite combo. It looked like you could have just kept going. Oh my god.
chase down there? The setup?
Cloud style.
Ooh, sweet doppelgangers. Assist me. Nice.
Slam. Cloud style. Hey, check this.
Nope. What? That went through?
You're starting to take me off.
What? It didn't catch? She was so fast?
Cause your knife shorty is top tier. Yo, every time he gets wild on with this chick, it solidifies it more and more in my head. I'm like, alright, cool. I might fucking around and play this game coming back. Cause if this game is, you know, excuse me. If this game is like dope, you know, if it's good, hell to the yeah. Like I'm definitely about to check that out.
That was definitely the gotcha moment. Oh, I didn't have meter there.
We here at Media Buyer Academy train everyday people no different than you and I to run ads on.
Definitely giving Naruto vibes.
Combo? Oh no.
Young Thunder. Thunder Strike.
Thunder Strike.
Ethereal Rope.
Struggling Dragon.
Thunderstorm. The thunder.
I feel the thunder.
Have a knuckle sandwich.
Oh my god.
Gotcha.
Oh, bro. Fang Bao Bao is so good. What?
He's about to get reverse swept, y'all.
Braid?
Struggling Dragon.
Braid again?
I'm gonna teach you a lesson.
Oh, what?
Check this out. Off you go.
Falcon Strike.
Check this out. Check this out.
Ethereal Rope.
Check this out.
What?
Gotcha.
Oh my god.
Check this out. Say good.
Oh, we got smoked.
Shorty is a menace. Like she's a menace for real.
Cloud style. Star slide.
Star slide.
Take this.
Got you?
Smooth and swift. Link and strike.
Boom. Ooh.
Viper.
Oop.
Reverse Viper strike.
Let's go.
Young Thunder.
Bro, I try to react there.
Hey. Cloud style. Star slide. Take this. Viper strike.
Ah. The lightning is so good.
These dudes all got
Can't
infinites.
even beat
Yeah,
me.
nah.
Meat sauce.
Shit's crazy.
Thunder Rush. Thunderstorm. Thunder Strike.
Mmm.
Thunder. Falcon Strike.
Thunderstorm.
Young Thunder.
Is he dead here? I think he's dead here. Yeah, people can still join this S. The ultimates are kind of good. If you have good reactions, that move is so good. Okay. The Thunder Rush. I dodged that. Come here, chase down. Yo, Zhang Chulan, top tier.
Check this out. You're starting to take me off.
Oh, we couldn't dodge that. Couldn't dodge that. Ugh. Alright, we're still alive. We're still alive. We have ultimate. Oh no, that's bad. What? I can't believe we missed that.
Check this out. Let's go. Dragon.
Oh no.
Gotcha. Check this out.
Combo! Let's go! He couldn't break because he was still cooldown. Ow.
Gonna teach you a lesson. Hey, take this. Viper strike. Cloud style. Check this out. Gotcha.
Got you? Oh,
This is why due dates are the most pointless thing in project management. Here's the thing about due dates. They're actually pretty useless on their own. They tell you when something needs to be finished, but not when you should actually start working on it. Just look at this. If your team has 100 tasks inside 3 projects that are all due on the 15th of next month, you hope your team doesn't procrastinate until the 15th. You try and plan it out manually. Task A before task B, making sure Sarah's not overloaded, while Tom's twiddling his thumbs. But hang on, did you remember that crucial dependency? The one that just made your entire plan impossible? And here's the worst part. Even if you manage to create the perfect plan, a single change will screw up the entire timeline. And now you're back to square one.
Take this.
my man nasty at the dodging.
Take that. Dragon. Off you go.
Young Thunder! Thunderstorm!
Thunderstorm! Oh my god, he's just saving it.
Thunder Rush! Young Thunder! Thunder Rush!
Check this out.
Thunder Strike!
Got you.
Missing.
Thunder Rush! Just say thunder! Young Thunder!
Oh, it's intense.
The whip!
Got you. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, you see the chase that?
Thunder Rush!
Yep. Yep. Lame. Lame. Mm-hmm. 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 Frustrated. You're frustrated. Let's go. You saw the neutral. Yo, Zhang live. My man got frustrated. I like the art style. Like everything about it is really pretty. The RPS system is pretty cool as well too. And I think it gets kind of sweaty though.
Thanks for watching the whole video. Appreciate all the support. I also have a Patreon, and we're just doing a lot of cool stuff on there.
8 out of 5. 8 out of 5. Or like a 11 out of 10. Good job. Good job, Justin. This is fire. Well, didn't get into much gameplay. Finally got this stuff going, working around with my my production laptop. I got some new stuff that I wanted to add to it before I jump in, cause you know how you use sound so much, it just starts sounding the same. Yeah, that's happened to me for a long time now. So yeah, it was long overdue, and yeah. Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna come right back to it. I definitely need to check on my car, do a couple of other things, and I'll be right back, y'all. And hopefully in the next half we'll be doing something instead of just chilling here. But yeah, I gotta stretch. Back is still kind of bothering me from the other day, but we work through these things and we hope for the best, because hope is a dangerous thing. So I'll be right back. right, we're back. We're back. Man, I had to take an extra long break. Because of my back issue. It was acting up. It's been acting up. You know, go through changes, and the changes aren't necessarily the best always, but you gotta keep rolling with it, keep making it happen. With that being said, we're gonna jump into some gameplay. I was thinking about it, wondering if I should end the stream early or what's going on, but we're here. All right. I think I've been playing the game a little bit wrong. I'm gonna redevelop and come back to competitive
right heroes
play
could make all the difference.
after I get a little bit of more understanding about. After I get a little bit more understanding about the people and the characters and stuff like that.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Man, man, this is bad. Yo, this is crazy. Oh man.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
It's every hero for themselves where I'm from.
I'll patch you up. Time I need
Almost about out. Your fight is over.
Anyone willing to help?
I'll patch you up.
Farewell.
Dragon kick. The more the merrier.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Healed at last. Ball bien, Zoe.
Dragon kick.
Fuck? Oh shit. Oh, he got me.
The Iron Fist still burns.
Co-op time.
I got you covered.
Whew, almost about out.
Oh yeah, huh? Better get missing. Better get missing. Better get missing. What the fuck?
Almost about out.
Better watch your back.
You're welcome. Some assistance, please. Solo's fury.
Oh, he just got away.
气贯长龙。
Only 60 seconds left.
Ball bien, Zoe. Almost about out.
Oh. Oh. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Y'all not ready. Y'all not ready. Y'all not ready. Y'all not ready for it. Y'all not ready for it.
Fight back a bit longer.
Y'all not ready for all this smoke. 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 Y'all not ready. That was fun. I got a little 6-1. A little 6-1. Not easy. Bro, shut up. You guys are idiots. I can't. That was bad. Okay, I think playing Iron
You'll need
Fist
a top-notch team to win this one.
Directional awareness. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Chief of Town Hall. Yup. Chief of Town Hall.
There were lots of Iron Fists before me, but I'll be the best.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, cool, doodads, majiggies.
Oh yeah, what's not to love?
I'm a big fan of your cute little bushy tail.
Don't make it weird.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A little help, please.
Once we get this timeline thing sorted out, I'm taking a long vacation.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Health is back. Disappearing.
You fought with honor. Kinda.
Sorry, you chose the wrong side. This place is begging to be attacked. Life and destiny hang in the balance.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I prefer Herbie myself. Found that. Anyone willing to help?
The spiders have been sufficiently crushed.
Oh, I almost got him.
The Iron Fist still burns.
I'm hyped. Iron Fist is a beast. Mad fun.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
A little help, please.
Yeah, you better run. Alright, that was us.
best me again. Venture forth. The web.
Damn, this nigga group fucked me up. They jumped me already. Man.
The iron fist still burns. Chifa Tomo! Struck down by living cheap. Hey, Titi! Enjoy the amplifier! Dragon kick!
Where'd that bitch go?
Not me, never would have guessed it. Hopefully.
That's me.
You're halfway there. Disappear!
Oh, I shouldn't have did that.
Fucking hurt!
My friends are here! Last one! Bush is stampede!
But just for you. Work together.
Have fallen under their sway. Ah, here they are now.
Almost there! Don't turn back now!
Almost bowed out.
Fuck!
Almost too late.
Okay,
Mortality has its
so
perks.
if I land and then do it, it'll home. If I'm still in the air, it won't, I think.
A little help, please.
Oh my god, bro. Niggas is dipping me. Stunned the shit out of me just now.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
I need to back up a little bit.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
That would heal at last.
I thought I was holding it.
Damn it. They bodying me, bro. I'm 4-7 right now.
The iron fist still burns.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Uh-oh, they don't look friendly. At last, acorns a doozy! You're not going anywhere.
Let's pop back up under their noses. You have made your common ground, Walker, my dear.
So close!
Us against the world. Almost bowed out. I never miss. People usually don't let me in. Hey, Titi, enjoy the amplifier. Never losing a punch.
A little help, please.
Healed at last.
That was
Epic victory!
God. God damn. Yo. Stream's going good. What up? Tired though. Back is bothering me a bit. So I'm doing the non-competition stuff right now. Just vibing out.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Alright, is this nigga on?
一夫当关，万夫莫开。 Immortality comes with a price, but I was glad to pay it.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I've never seen a chi so perfectly aligned, Adam.
It takes great effort to keep my cosmic energy in balance.
When you start to lose focus, what do you do to recalibrate?
I meditate. And when that doesn't work, I watch flirting videos. So cute.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Wow, the multiverse really needs its chi balanced.
A disappearing You're not going anywhere. This is natural anger.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
I am at your service. Some assistance, please.
Trying to get up out of there. I saw it happening.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
Okay. Makes sense. God damn, bro.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
We are undefeatable!
Rise, my friends!
Don't let their numbers intimidate you.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Shields up!
Whoa!
Oh, what? How? How, bro?
Solo has blessed me again.
How, bro? How, bro? Just give me more time to practice.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Ooh, that was some bad mojo, Wanda.
Some assistance, please.
Better stop that vehicle!
Fuck! I thought I was invincible for that. Well, I'm learning. I'm just learning.
Is the great river into which all others flow.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
Better stop that vehicle! They made it halfway! Stop
Almost
them!
got out.
Alright, I gotta stop doing that.
I require some aid. Feeling better now. Thanks.
Immortality has its perks.
There's still a chance to stop them!
What's this? Some sort of arc?
We are undefeatable!
Niggas is ODing on me.
They hit a checkpoint! Now might be a good time to stop them.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
Better stop that vehicle!
Nah, I'm dedicated.
Iron Man standing by.
Healed at last.
You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web.
Born again!
You got them all!
The moon!
They look like they mean business.
Dragon kick!
I got your back. I have transcended the physical realm.
You stopped them in their tracks! You made me angry!
Someone's controlling me.
Fuck. Trying to hit this bitch in the air. Oh, that's girl shit. That's gonna happen. Oh, he died before he could pull
I
out the
rise
pulse.
in the name of Quinlan.
I think he just dropped that.
Better
Oh, he
stop that
didn't.
vehicle!
What am I? Invisible?
You gotta be kidding me.
Not sure how we'll solve this without you, Tony. You know you never stood a chance, right?
Oh, fuck. These niggas is always going after me, too.
Well, not bad.
Stop them in their tracks!
Yup. Fuck!
Rise, my friends!
You weren't invisible.
Fuck! Fuck! That was fun, though.
Give them another inch, or else.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
We are undefeatable!
Look who just showed up.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Yeah, I get. This guy's hilarious.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Be wary. No time.
Eve,
My
I'm the brightest
brightest in the sky. 一夫当关，万夫莫开。
Practice makes perfect.
I used to be a sword master, but now I'm so
30
much
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
There is great chaos in you, woman. Chaos and darkness.
You're one to talk, Venom.
It was not the result. We find it strange.
Somehow you just made me want to save the universe.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You see this over here.
I like hanging around Groove because he gets me.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Hawkeye's down. That fucking hurt.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh. Oh, oh. Get this nigga away from me. Yo. Damn, son. Damn, B. I'm tight. I'm mad. Ah, goddamn. Oh.
Team play. Shrine of the Weaver, here we come.
There we go. Yeah, in and out.
Never yours to win.
In and out.
I could use this.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Oh, I was about to get him.
Almost there. Don't turn back.
Get him. Oh, I was about to get him too.
Now, a disappearing act. So, what?
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh, once that yellow dot comes up. You bitch ass nigga. You hoe ass nigga. What the fuck is up? What the fuck is up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What are you?
Armed and dangerous.
Health, not bad.
We are undefeatable. Get that vehicle moving again.
Yo, how I got all three of these niggas distracted over here and these niggas ain't doing shit over there. That was crazy. All three of these niggas was on me for like 30 minutes, 30 seconds. Crazy. What these niggas doing?
Never miss.
I rise in the name of Kunlun.
Move all you want. I'll just aim.
The perfect hex.
Oh fuck.
You'll fall long before I do. Solal has blessed me again.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I'll patch you up. Dragon kick.
Will's gone? That's, well, I guess it'll be a lot quieter.
Whoever said you don't need aim for this nigga lies.
Armed and dangerous. Poor Namor. Guess he's swimming with the fishes.
I'd be glad to show you up close. You'd be out cold.
Fuck me, bro. At least I got it to the checkpoint.
Oh, sweet moves, right? Hey,
Solal has blessed me again.
Sorry to ruin your fun, Conch.
You totally wrapped that out, Star-Lord.
Pulse!
Enoch. Okay.
We are undefeatable.
That was badly needed. Will's gone? That's, well,
More bad guys. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
气贯长虹。
So close. This is your big chance.
Shit.
At least you are truly free now, Mantis.
That's what happened. The moon. We still won.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Yeah, I wanted to see more.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I used to be a sword master, but now
30 seconds
I'm
before
so
you
much
attack.
more.
Get ready.
You hit almost as hard as I do, Thane. And I have the Iron Fist.
It ain't about what your fist is made of, kid. It's how you use it.
I'm floating.
Right. But a mystical enchantment sure doesn't hurt.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Anybody else hear that
Excuse
strange
me.
chittering?
Pull up. Yeah, niggas is not pulling up on me because they know what's up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. These niggas is hoes. They had to jump me. Bitch ass niggas.
I totally still love you, Tony. Farewell.
Don't jump me. Fight one on one. This is casual, nigga. This is casual, nigga. Fight one on one. Fight one on one, huh? Fight one on one, bitch. What's up? What's up? What's up?
Stronger than ever.
What's up? What's up, nigga?
Legendary.
What's up?
Tippy Toe spotted bad guys. There they are.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I found you. Don't run from me. Don't run from me. What the fuck? Oh. That shit fucked my positioning up. I gotta make sure I hit those. That could really be my ass for real.
Solo has blessed me again.
Hey, I'm right here.
Your attacks are pretty weak. The Iron Fist still burns.
Bad kick you, bitch ass nigga.
Defeat was your destiny.
Yeah.
Be your best self.
Watch me soar!
Did not mean to do that.
So your story ends.
Oh, what's up? What's up? What's up, my boy? What's up? What's
Take
up?
that vehicle to its destination.
Do it.
Almost not out.
I'm hurt.
Yeah, my boy. Yeah, my boy. I'm getting used to that.
An ancient mystical squirrel. I've seen it all.
Yeah, my boy.
Yes. Another hit for Luna.
Ooh, you disappeared. Just a nick of time. Oh, what you doing? Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Oh, damn. I thought I was.
You'll fall long before I do.
Letting Dracula win isn't an option.
She got up out of there.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Solo has blessed me again.
Oh, please. Oh, yeah. Yeah, please. Please. Please fight me. Please fight me. Fight me. Fight me. Fight me. Fight me. What's up? Oh. Oh, yeah, you too. You too. You too. Oh, what the? You too. Yeah, yeah, you too. Yo, how y'all pushing everybody back?
Letting Dracula win isn't an option.
Get that vehicle moving again.
What the? I was supposed to wall run. That was crazy. That was BS. How are these niggas pushing us back right now?
We are undefeatable. Only 60 seconds left.
Look who just showed up.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? You want to be all aggressive, right? You want to be all aggressive, right? What's up? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? What's up? What's up? Y'all want to be all aggressive, right? You be all aggressive, right? 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 Want to be all aggressive? Oh, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, miss. What's going on? 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 Oh, let me get the fuck up out of here. Let me get the fuck up out of here. Oh. Oh. Fuck! Damn.
Immortality has its perks.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Damn, I'm not even gonna be able to get back. Oh. Oh, why did... What? The only time I would have wanted it to not do some shit like that. Huh? How did she beat me? How did she beat me? How did she beat me? How did she beat me, bro? How did she beat me, bro? How did she beat me, bro? How did she beat me? That was some bullshit. That was some fucking bullshit. We lost. Of course we lost. After that we lost, definitely. That was some bullshit. What was I supposed to do? Kick this bitch? Damn, son. That's how I was supposed to kick this bitch. Damn. Crazy. I know I'm dying too much though.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
一夫当关，万夫莫开。 I used to be a sword master, but now I'm so much more.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Concerns you so, my floral friend? You shall not face this alone. Together we are a mighty forest. When our foes fall, we shall be left standing.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Such a strange future. Even I could not have foreseen this.
I could use this.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm gonna die. If I don't die, I am gonna be impressed. I'm very impressed right now.
Well, not bad.
Ooh. I gotta meditate more. Well, that was Cap and probably like 2 other motherfuckers attacking me just now.
Our foes have arrived.
You'll fall long before I do.
Well, maybe if I stop trying to click it right here.
We are
Defeat was your destiny.
Okay. Yeah, because he kicks way faster than I'm thinking.
Rise, my friends! You're mine. That was some bad mojo, Wanda.
Oh, wait a minute now. Oh, god damn it. Try to get up out of there.
Enemies. Healing.
So long.
The amazing Spider-Man!
One tree falls, another shall grow to take its place.
by the eye of Agamotto. Doing this.
Render me assistance.
Born again.
Almost got out. I could use this.
Keep forgetting he's kicks faster than I can click. He kicks faster than I can click.
Far from legendary.
Team player.
On his head top.
Rise, my friends!
An opportunity.
Second chance is over.
Huh? I got popped by a fucking acorn. I knew it. You know I got
Immortality
it.
has its perks.
I am ready to put on a show.
Bring on the chaos. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Our foes have arrived.
Another one bites the dust. Every little bit helps.
Solo has blessed me again.
We are in this together.
Born again!
You were always outmatched.
Ambush! They're behind you. Blow the exploding plasma.
The Iron Fist still burns.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
A bit of help, anyone?
Born again!
Just asking.
Second chance.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Don't worry, Zero. We ain't gonna let you down.
Your god is suffering.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Solo
Only
has
60
blessed
seconds
me
left.
again.
Things just
I
got a
am
lot
ready
harder.
to put on a show.
We are in this together.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Your sacrifice won't be forgotten.
Bring on the chaos.
Down to 30 seconds.
Follow us to victory.
Unleash the Vishanti's power. Your god is suffering.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
At your service. It is your foes who fall like timber, Groot.
More eager idiots.
Born again! Born again!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Well, you can't expect to win them all. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
一夫当关，万夫莫开。 There were lots of iron fists before me, but I'll be the best.
Fools! Do you
30 seconds before you attack.
stop my
Get
grand
ready.
scheme?
Healing power. That is some pretty impressive tech you're wearing, kid. Steve got it for you. It's from the future. Wait, you have gear more advanced.
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But as always, Loki shall prevail.
Well, suddenly I'm feeling pretty darn good.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
To protect.
This together. Quantum magic.
This fight was never yours to win.
If we must play the role of gods this day, so be it.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Watch your back.
Careful, cephalopods are quite intelligent.
Waste of innocent sea life. Pure cosmic energy.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I don't think that's the welcoming
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Maximum pulse!
Seymour's reinforcements, I presume. Problem solved! Threat rises from beneath the waves.
Loki's killing that tree. But we're going to stop
Spawn
him.
of Monstro are no more.
More
Pulse
eager idiots.
charge! Fire!
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Be happy about this, Johnny.
We are undefeatable!
Suffer in the darkness.
That's not polite.
I've lost control.
I'm used to Fabled Realms counting on me.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Lost control.
You were always outmatched.
That was simple.
Maximum
Long
pulse!
before I do.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! We've got an Asgardian weapon to deliver. Let's get those goats going. I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Almost bowed out.
Time!
I could use this.
Feeling a bit exposed.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way. Let me help.
Immortality has its perks.
Get that vehicle moving again!
I'll carry on our work.
Problem solved!
These robot spiders feel like trouble. We'll make it to the injected
We are undefeatable!
Almost bowed out.
Our foe. This time I need healing.
I'm used to Fabled Realms counting on me.
Us against the world!
Spider-Man, watch out!
Rise, my friend!
They got behind you!
Second chance is over.
Pulse charge! Fire!
You were always outmatched. Healed at last.
Onward to the World Trade.
Far from legendary.
Double KO!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Fire some aid.
So close! This is your big chance!
Dragon kick.
Pride of the neighborhood.
Healed at last.
Oh, that wasn't really academic, Professor.
This place is curious. Keep an eye here. Watch your back. It was inevitable.
I'm used to Fabled Realms counting on me.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yi fu dang guan, wan fu mo kai. You know my legacy, but this is a whole new chapter.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Tony Stark. I'm totally fangirling.
Oh, same here. We can swap autographs after the fight.
Swap? You should just be asking for mine. When's the last time you sold out Stark Arena, Gramps?
All right, K-Pop, let's go save the world.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Another loser to punch.
Part of me just wants to get back home. But I know be strong together. I said directly behind you. That one hurt.
Solo's fury!
9's in place.
Immortality has its perks.
Spider for the win.
Trouble has arrived. Dragon kick!
You fought with honor.
Double KO. That's 3.
Us against the world. Pulse charge. Fire.
Well, not bad.
That's what happens when you pick a fight with protons.
Solo's fury. Trouble has arrived.
Well, not bad.
Where there's one Ankh, there are probably more.
Penny Parker. Go, girl.
I got the Ankh.
Be
Turn
strong
around, they're on
together.
your back.
Good to be protected.
I like the cold. Okay. You need me. One hurts. Mortal chill. You've got a lock on that. Some sort of ancient oath? Well, it's on to word again. I
Time to heal. We can't let them take over.
Armed and dangerous again!
Wait, Quinlan!
a nice deep freeze.
Almost bowed out.
I found some critics.
Far from legendary.
I put the Ankh on ice.
The moon haunts you!
You're on your tail.
Dragon kick!
Disappear!
I could use this.
Clear the way.
has its perks.
Pulse charge, fire!
Down to 30 seconds.
Crunch time.
Look out behind
That should
you.
limit Moon Knight's power, son. I need you.
Almost bowed out.
We are undefeatable. A nice deep freeze. The final 10 seconds. I'm hurt.
And dangerous! Again! The
Iron Fist still burns.
Again!
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. A nice deep freeze. Better stop that vehicle. Shake it up. Time for some fireworks.
You'll fall long before I do.
I like the cold. Better stop that
Pulse
vehicle.
charge, fire! I'm clocking some bad guys. Call me in fishing!
We're finding our groove.
Time to heal.
Disappear! Spider mode. It's the grand finale.
Power knows no bounds.
Us against the world. We are undefeatable.
气贯长虹 The moon haunts you! Born again! Solo fury!
Second chance is over.
Better stop that vehicle.
Enemies on approach.
There's still a chance to stop them. Only 60 seconds left. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Solao has blessed me again.
Better stop that vehicle. A nice deep freeze.
Call me in fishing!
Where am I? Who will help? Help.
Target neutralized.
It's now or
Mortality
never.
has its
Stop
perks.
them.
Pulse charge, fire! Pulse cannons and
A nice deep freeze. You know what?
I need healing. I'm locked up. Dragon kick!
He stopped them in their tracks. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
There were lots of iron fists before me, but I'll be the best.
Better stop that vehicle! They made it halfway! Stop them!
Another soul to join my vengeance.
There's still a chance to stop them!
Well, not bad.
They hit a checkpoint! Now my team is trying to stop them.
I could use this. You'll fall long before I do.
Better stop that vehicle!
Problem solved! You failed! Give myself this.
They made it halfway! Stop them!
In the Battle of Iron, fist beats man.
Switching!
Look who just showed up.
Better stop that vehicle!
Battlefield ready again.
Solao has blessed me again.
Judge, jury,
There's still a chance to stop
executioner! Maximum pulse!
They hit a checkpoint! Now my team is trying to stop them.
You'll fall long before I do.
Better stop that vehicle!
Iron's got nothing on Adam.
Assemble!
Is that all you got?
Solo fury!
Time to heal.
Disappear! Co-op time!
Don't step on lava!
Immortality has its perks.
It's now or never! Stop them! Better stop that vehicle!
What do I hit next?
Immortality has its perks.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Immortality comes with a price, but I was glad to pay it.
This war is bigger than one life.
Little help here? What do I hit next? I'm taking requests. The cosmos heals you.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Great! We made the new season of Wakandan Idol.
Spirit is free. Onward to my sacred hole.
This is natural anger.
Pulse charge! Fire!
Limbo stands with you!
Pulse cannon!
Disappear!
Great! We made the new season of Wakandan Idol.
We are undefeatable! You're halfway there. Keep going!
Armed and dangerous!
You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web! Too sticky for you!
One more for the soul food.
I require some aid.
We must make haste to the hole of
Bigger than one life.
You know what to do, spiders?
My other armor can do.
Us against the world! The checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
I require some aid.
This vessel cannot be stopped. Push forward.
Hostiles coming in fast.
Please.
Disappear!
You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Maximum pulse!
Pulse charge, fire! Aimed like a tracking bombs. Fiendishly clever. I hope
Armed and dangerous!
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Statue is on schedule.
I require some aid. Energy. Rise, my friends!
It's fighting time! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Disappear!
Some assistance, please.
On our way with the statue of Bast.
Maximum pulse!
Armed and dangerous!
Only 60 seconds left.
With you! I got you!
Stand
Get that vehicle moving again!
again!
Down to 30 seconds. It's fighter time! The final 10 seconds.
Disappear!
I don't know, man. You tell me who's returned.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
一夫当关，万夫莫开。I used to be a sword master,
Goodbye.
but
They'll
now
be coming in 30
I'm
seconds.
so much
Stay
more.
strong.
Here we are, side by side once more, just like the old days.
You mean back when you used children as weapons in your crusade against mankind?
You make me sound like a terrible father when you put it like that.
Then at least we can find
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
The Dooms are begging for an iron fist to their iron faces.
A little help, please. Help.
Healed at last.
Feel the pull.
Ooh, that was some bad luck there, Wanda.
They're sneaking from behind.
You fought with honor. Kinda.
Magic and magnetism.
My time to shine.
My strength returns.
Solao has blessed me again.
Better stop that vehicle.
now a disappearing.
Healed at last.
What a pair we made.
For mutant kind!
Got you covered.
I would turn around if I were you. Your attacks are
You
futile.
stop them in their tracks.
It seems I feel like myself again.
Immortality has its perks.
Co-op time.
Now a disappearing.
Feel the pull. Anyone willing to help? Enemy located.
Almost bowed out. Us against the world.
They got behind you.
The perfect hex. Yeah!
Never miss!
We got trouble.
That's better.
Clearly you needed some help.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
Maximum pulse!
They've made it halfway! Stop them! Better stop that vehicle!
That was for the glory of Quinlan.
There's still a chance to stop them! Better stop that
You'll
vehicle!
fall long before I do.
For mutant kind!
Only 60 seconds left! Don't blink.
It seems we have company.
Perfect hit.
Almost about out.
Stop them in their tracks! That's 3!
Punch that talking tree into splinters.
Power time!
Dragon kick.
Down to 30 seconds!
Your turn to disappear.
We must persevere.
Another fearsome foe.
Solo's fury.
Anyone willing to help?
Final 10 seconds!
Clearly you needed some help.
Another epic victory! Big win!
I used to be a sword master, but now I'm so much more.
More eager idiots.
Defeat was your destiny.
Double KO! That's 3!
This fight was never yours to. Look who just showed up.
Double KO!
Defeat was your destiny.
That's 3! Wow, 4 in a row! 5! That's amazing!
This fight was never yours to win.
6 in a row! Way to go!
Dragon kick. More eager idiots. Solo's fury. This round goes to me. You were always outmatched.
That's 3.
Solo's fury.
Wow, 4 in a row.
You were always outmatched. Another 气贯长龙. Wait,
Double KO. That's 3.
3 This fight was never yours to win. Dragon kick. You fought with honor. Kinda. Dragon kick! Another loser to punch. This fight was never yours to win.
Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Defeat was your destiny. You were always outmatched. Look who just showed up. Far from legendary. This fight was never yours to win. Look who just showed up.
Wow, it's been a great day so far.
Time to heal.
I think I'm kind of ready to, you know,
This fight was never yours to win.
do a little competitive with this guy. I'm understanding, like, I need to learn in terms of how to make sure I am, you know, I need to make it make sense in terms of when people try to get away from me, because a lot of the times people are trying to get away from him. So if somebody moves to the left or the right, I kind of lose track. So what I'm gonna do from now on is when they move, I'm gonna move with them. I'm gonna try to move with them. I be trying to move with them a bit, but it don't really. It hasn't really been working. But we're gonna try it. We're gonna try again. The only reason I'm doing this too is because I need somebody that I can go to that's like Wolverine, like a tank shredder. You know, something like that.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Hear you.
一夫当关，万夫莫开。
Enter. Oh, we on attack too? Shit.
There were lots of iron fists before me, but I'll be the best.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
If we use our ice powers together, we can stop our enemies cold.
Ice powers? What the heck are you talking about, kid?
You are the Winter Soldier, aren't you?
I think something may have gotten lost in translation.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm hurt.
Oh goddamn. What's going back here? Oh, this nigga's lucky. Oh, these niggas is still hitting me. Oh shit. Oh, I missed. I missed. I missed. Yeah, nigga. You had to reload, huh? Yeah. Yeah, you thought it was safe. Thought it was safe, my boy. Shouldn't it think it was safe? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh fuck. They jumped me. They jumped me. Luna putting in that pain right now. I seen that.
This is real firepower!
Oh, damn, bro. I ain't mean to do all of that.
The amazing Spider-Man!
Oh, okay. They about to do some good shit.
You're coming up ahead.
Oh, what? 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 Go ahead. You can take it. Take it. You wasn't gonna take it?
I am green! Maximum pulse!
Can't get away from me, buddy boy. Can't get away from me, buddy boy. Can't get away. No, no, no. Can't get away. What's up? What's up? What's up? All he does is move. All he does is try to get the fuck out my fucking line of sight and shoot me. That's the only thing he can do to me. He's ass. He's not even that good. He's really not even that good. He's good though. I'm not going front. I think he's the best on his team. Probably. Oh boy.
Now it's showtime. Almost there. Don't turn back now. Here for the win. Now it's showtime.
This is the spot.
Only 60 seconds left. The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Oh ass nigga. He's a bitch. Oh my god, bro. This nigga is he's a bitch ass nigga. Like he's trash. He's really ass, bro. Like the shit is getting me tight that I'm dying from this nigga.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I've got yours.
Whoa, my nigga. Why would
Only
you
60 seconds left.
why would you yo bro. Thank you.
So close.
Alright, come on, bro. I hate this Spider-Man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing stupid shit to fight this Spider-Man. But honestly, it's extremely hard to deal with any of those other motherfuckers if Luna just died.
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm just gonna right back though. Oh, and we freaking won. Who was going crazy like that? I mean, I know I wasn't. That was terrible.
Time to switch things up, including which
that's the
side
diff.
you're on.
My day's going good. How's your day going?
The right heroes
I'm
can
like
make all the difference.
freaking tired though. Been on the phone all damn day. Gotta get on the phone even more after joint. Let's see what they said. They didn't say nothing. I mean, realistically speaking, I did better at the beginning of the match versus the end of the match.
There were lots of iron fists before me, but I'll be the best.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You're a famous pop star, right? Ugh, that is so cool.
감사합니다. When this is over, maybe you could add me to your playlist.
Well, I'm really more of a classic rock kind of guy, you know. But hey, you know, you don't have to gas on it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
The Iron Fist still burns. You'll fall long before I do.
Also, the issue with the team.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Wow, these niggas barely fucking saved this fag. Oh my god. Oh man. I'm not gonna lie. You bro, I hate that they do that, bro. And then they do it when I'm about to, like, I don't know how they even time it like that, bro. Like, you know to move over to the left or to the right when I'm about to, like, lunge again. Like, what the hell? That doesn't even make any sense. Wow. Wow. Wow, wasted.
Us against the world.
Maximum pulse!
What in the world? Wow. The solo ult is flattering, bro. The whole team was over there. Like, what? What? Like, what sense does that make, bro? Like, for real, what sense does that make? What sense does that really make, bro? What sense does that really make, bro?
Born again!
How? How? How, bro? How? How, bro? How? How? Explain. Explain how.
Solo has blessed me again.
Like, if anybody out there knows how I lost my tracking just there, let me know how, please, because that was crazy. Oh my god, oh my god. See what I'm saying? Like, This strafing shit is bullshit. That's bullshit. How do you nigga, get the fuck out of here, bro. Get out of here, bro. Nah, there's no fucking way, bro. There's no way. There's no way, bro. There's no way this nigga's movement is that bad that I can't keep track of him like this. Bro, get the fuck out of here, bro. It's cool.
Almost about out.
Now or never. Stop them. Us against the world.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Please. Please. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, you ain't got nowhere to hide up here, bitch nigga. The fuck? Don't got nowhere to fucking hide up here, nigga. Ah, I tried to get out of there. Fuck! What? How? Bruh. I hate myself for that. I'm not gonna lie. That was just terrible.
Immortality has its perks.
I keep doing flash shit and then I fuck up. Like, I'm 10 and 13 right now. I'm kind of selling right now for my team.
Stand down.
And where did she get healed? Who healed her? Who healed her? Who healed her? Let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see it. Fuck me. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna switch.
When other people first saw my powers, they were like, wait, a squirrel? And now they're like, ooh, a squirrel. I appreciate you.
Down to 30 seconds.
A little help, please.
Tasha.
Hold on. We got this. Honestly, raccoons shouldn't carry guns. Well, in my opinion.
Final 10 seconds. Final score.
Yeah, I had to switch real quick. Show them what the fuck is up. You know what I'm saying?
Another epic victory.
Oh, I think that knot is finally coming out. Yeah, like the worst part about having the pinched nerve is when the worst thing about having a pinched nerve is when it just starts tightening up other things around it. Like right now, I had like just like a crazy stiffness like in between my shoulder blade and like my back, or rather it's like in between my back and my rib cage. It's really crazy. But it's finally like coming undone. Ooh, man. Yup. It's been a pretty good day today, you know? I went to get some
The
weed.
right heroes
Thought
can
I
make
lost it.
all the difference.
And like, homie was like, yo, bro, you left it over here. I was like, oh, thank God. Cause I literally went outside just to grab some and go check the car, move the car. And that was it.
I'm the sworn protector of Quinlan. Who are you?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh, frankly, Val told me about you. You're some kind of a super pop star, right?
Yeah, I can play you a few of my tracks after the battle if you want.
Well, thanks, but damn, really more of a
Alright,
classic rock guy.
I know what my job is gonna be right now.
The battle starts
I
in
gotta
5,
diff the support.
4, 3, 2,
Hopefully they don't got
1.
fucking Mantis.
You have to stop them
Apparently
from securing
Mantis
the
is
mission
my
area.
worst enemy as freaking Iron Fist.
This makes my skin crawl.
Oh, 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 oh. Ow.
Bless me, Solo.
Why is there one random ass nigga up here?
We have to hold here.
You dish it out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Get the fuck up out of here, Cap. Fuck up out of here, Cap. Well, that is expected. Damn, I might have to diff this Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl just violated the whole MNFN team just now. The whole team doing pretty good though. Wow. Targeting me directly is fucking crazy, bro. Oh. Oh my God, bruh. The head I was given on that play. Immaculate. The head I was given on that play. Immaculate.
Those dark tendrils have already reached the surface. We will find a way
Yeah, you lucky. Huh? 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 What the? Why am I surrounded now? Yo, what the? Bro. How did I suddenly become surrounded, my boy? Dang, bro. What the hell was that? 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 What the hell was... Oh my God, bro. These niggas ain't got no type of push in them. Like, y'all are right there. Y'all see me go in with the fucking... Bruh. Y'all got no type of fucking push in y'all. Y'all niggas don't got no type of push in y'all. Like, I just started playing this DPS character, and I'm doing better than the whole team right now? Like, what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Okay, come on. Come on, Cap. Pull up. Pull up.
It's now or never.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't mean to meditate. I meant to kick out. You gotta kick out. You gotta kick out. Fight for 15 seconds and kick the fuck out. That was good though. You know? I need to get used to.
You dish it out. I can take it.
Bless me, so miniature metal spiders.
Yo, what the? What type of head shit is that, bro? Bitch really fucking chased me down, bro. Y'all niggas is hoes. Y'all niggas is all hoes, bro.
Mortality has its perks.
I can't wait to switch up. I can't wait to switch up. Like on some shit, for real.
2, 3.
These niggas ain't pushing at all. You can't play. You can't play the niggas y'all playing non-aggressively. Like it just don't make no sense. It just don't make no sense, bro. Why? Why would you pick Captain America, bro? Niggas be. He's probably good with Captain America. Let me not automatically assume this nigga is selling because he's gonna pick Captain America.
After I ping an acorn off their foreheads.
I'm going that way. I know usually everybody goes this way or straight down the line. I'm going that way.
You guys are the coolest. I always thought so. Now let's kick some butt, shall we? You're pretty cool yourself. Being able to understand animals. I wish I could do that.
Yeah, all you have to do is listen. They really hate you.
Does anybody like Goon?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Okay. That's great. Oh yeah, pull up. Oh, please pull up. Stupid. Oh yeah. Stupid bitch.
Ew, spider robot. Hey, check out this baby acorn.
I'm an easy target.
Yo, why aren't y'all?
I think I got all those.
Or a dagger. Ooh, a touch of healing. Anyone willing to help?
Head, bro. Solo ulted me, bro. This nigga is a fucking... Yo, this nigga's a fucking troll, bro. Like, solo ulted me, brother. Like, excuse me? Excuse me? Solo ult? Are you dead ass? Like, alright, bro. I mean, hey, you want to use it on me? I'm flattered, bro. I'm flattered. I'm flattered.
Enemy located. I appreciate you. I need a bit more power.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I need to get no extra.
Yeah, nigga.
Bounding back into action.
Get that vehicle moving again.
So cold.
Now you get solo also, bitch. Fuck you. I mean, I should have jumped and diffed him, though. That was stupid.
We're back, right, Tippy-Toe?
I got emotional. Excuse, what is going on with this crew right now, brother? Where are you going? Where are you going? Bro, where are you going, bro? Why would you... Bro, why would you not fucking do that? Yo, these niggas is fucking stupid, bro. Like, you're literally moving like you can't do anything besides... Bruh.
I'm not done with this fight yet.
These niggas is moving like they don't want to die, but they're dying anyway, bro. Fight back, nigga. Goddamn. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
Together to victory!
It's spider time!
Time to go nuts. Those little spiders have a punch alongside them. Oh, check this place. Shields up. I got an shield.
Of course. Of course, these niggas. I'm not gonna say shit.
Let's finish the job.
All of these niggas is fucking selling. Like, what am I gonna say? Oh, stop selling? No, that's stupid. You're just stupid. Don't even worry about these niggas. Focus on keeping yourself alive. That whole team was ass, bro. Watch these niggas say some stupid shit too. Watch somebody say some dumb shit.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I'm surprised nobody said anything. I didn't make that bitch the MVP. She killed me like twice. These niggas made that bitch the MVP. These niggas was selling the fucking bread, nigga. Like, first of all, I'm doing pushes. Niggas is not pushing with me. Like, y'all are retarded, bruh. Y'all slow. Most of y'all are slow. Havoc, you're especially slow. Like, why? You saw me there. We could fight these niggas. You run away. Why? Why do you run away? Because there's 5 people there. We didn't have to fucking fully pull out. We could have fucking waited there and attacked these dudes when our team was ready, bro. Like, why do they play the game? Why do you play the game? Like, if you're gonna play, like, you need to keep your deaths like that, like, bruh. GG's, man. You already lost. You shouldn't be playing like that. You should be playing to win. If you do more, you learn more, and you get better faster.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
一夫当关，万夫莫开。
Yo, why do these dudes keep picking 2 offense, bro? I don't get it.
Round 1.
You
I don't
know
get
my
it.
legacy, but this is a whole new chapter.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Been too long since we did this together, Luna. Ready for an encore?
An Agents of Atlas reunion tour? I don't know.
You can't deny that would be a hot ticket.
Maybe, but I've always preferred the cold.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Wow.
Chin up.
Y'all just let that nigga kill me, bro. Y'all all alive. Y'all really let this nigga kill me. That's crazy, bro. What the fuck was that? Niggas really let this motherfucker kill me, bro. Like, you not dead ass.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
A nice deep freeze.
How do y'all forget I'm fighting and we're fighting tanks, bro? What is this, bro?
In the name of Quinlan.
What the fuck is this? That's why you fucking died, Luna. You're not fucking paying attention to shit. Not paying attention to shit. You niggas is not paying attention to shit. And then y'all looking at me like I'm fucking crazy. Not paying attention to shit, bro. Got me tight, bro. Like, what are you doing, bitch? What are you doing?
My favorite time.
What the fuck is this bitch doing?
Friends, gather around.
Time to heal.
We are undefeatable.
Fear best self. A nice deep freeze.
Magneto.
Why can't I? Bruh, this is really blowing minds, bro. Maybe it's because of the team composition or some shit. Maybe, you know? Yeah, you know I'm coming for you, my boy. Oh, please, please. These niggas is crazy, bruh. These niggas is really like, yo, fucking Iron Fist. Fuck this guy. Good job. Great job, guys. That was a great diff, guys. Great diff.
Solo has blessed me again.
You guys are fucking awesome.
This kid, rock works just fine.
Another loser to punch.
A nice deep freeze.
We are undefeatable! Gather around! Chin up. Oh no, look behind you!
Oh! I would have been so fucking mad, bro. I would have been so fucking mad, bro. Oh my god. Can you stay still? Can this bitch stay still? No, she can't. Can't fucking stay still. This bitch is stupid. I can't fucking believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This bitch can't stay still. Like, you're running too fast, bitch. Watch where niggas is fighting. Don't just try to run after one motherfucker, bro. Niggas is not paying attention and selling OD. Just selling, bro. I'm selling too. But I got niggas scared of me, bro. I got niggas scared of me, bro, type shit. Only reason niggas ain't really scared of me like that is because the rest of the team is ass, bro. The rest of the team is super trash, bro. Can't even do my fucking job because the rest of the team don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, again, look. Nigga just died again. I'm about to just stay up here on the roof. And if I can get some kills, I'll get some kills. That'll be that. That'll be that. You know what I'm saying? What? 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 Why? Why can't I ever... Bro, what is going on here, bro? It's like, I don't got enough room. I don't got enough space. It's always something, bro. It's just fucking frustrating. As fuck. It's really frustrating. Especially when niggas crowd up against the motherfucking... Bruh. And of course he's getting fucking healed. I don't get that. I don't get that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see, I don't fucking get no heals. You see, I don't get no fucking heals. This, bruh, I probably got healed like 3 times throughout this whole fucking fight, bro. I knew that was gonna, be a L. Well, there you have it, folks. That is the whole day.
Time to switch things up.
It has been,
Which side you're on.
oh, fucking amazing.
The right
I love you guys.
all the difference.
I know. I know how this is gonna end, so I'm not even gonna make you guys watch this. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all can holler at me another day. Deuces.